really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. In the morning while I'm driving, RonyiQ. I really come alive when it's time for RonyiQ. I listen to my Ronnie, RonyiQ. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for RonyiQ. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Grand Rising, Grand Rising, Grand Rising. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you. I want to, I guess some people thought that it was a good thing to go and report on that shooting that happened this weekend. But I was like, yeah, well, I thank you guys for going live and filling us in about this shooting. But I didn't think much about it. I didn't think much about it, to be honest with you. Now, I am of the opinion that this was something done it was a stunt. Tricks and stunts, I believe that was. So, nothing about this alleged assassination attempt makes sense. If you, we're gonna go through it. If you remember, 4547's approval ratings before this trick and stunt looked like this: a 33% approval ratings. When President Nixon was thrown out of office and got on a plane and went back to California, he had higher approval ratings than this. I think his approval ratings were 34. So let's remember where we were before the stunts and tricks. 7 Mims. 6-7. I believe he's gonna tank and hit the 29% historic shame. I from your fingers to God's ears. So why is 29 your particular number? I'm wondering. Has somebody been in the 20s at all? Okay. So I'll wait on you to answer if have the 20 mark ever been hit? I can't imagine it's been hit since Nixon hadn't hit it. Okay, so There's quite a few things that I want to talk to you guys about regarding this event. Now, we will also let's remember what was going on this weekend. On Friday, with the White House correspondent dinner scheduled to go on. On this Friday, 45:47, stunned everybody on Friday evening. The White House correspondent dinner was scheduled, and he had planned to come. Now and Friday night he hops on this plane and goes to Mar-a-Lago. So it was up in the air if he was even going to the correspondence dinner, because surely he just wasn't going to Mar-a-Lago one night and not spend the weekend at Mar-a-Lago. So it was people were up in the air and wondering if he was even going, and if he was going, why was he going home to Mar-a-Lago on Friday evening? So there was that. That's how the weekend started. And then we get to Saturday. Now, we know Saturday that the some higher ups in Iran, they were scheduled to be in Pakistan. They were not scheduled to be in Pakistan for any meetings with any from anyone from America. So our president decided to say that we meeting in Pakistan for negotiations with the Iranians. The Iranians said, no, we're not meeting. We have nothing to meet about. So once it was understood that the Iranians were in the air, your president came out and made an announcement and said that he was sending Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, people who know nothing about government, who know nothing about nuclear weapons, who are in our government to get from other countries what they can get for their personal wealth. He decided to announce that he was sending Jared and Steve Witkoff in the morning. The morning came, and Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner was on standby, it is reported, until they found out if the Iranians had made it to Pakistan. Now, there's reporting that the Iranians went to Pakistan and they were flying on to Russia. So no one knew their schedule, but there was nothing in the schedule about negotiations with Americans. This is on Saturday. Stay with me, people. This is on Saturday morning. And then the Iranians did what they did in Pakistan. They got on their plane and they flew off. And then your president came out and told you that no, he cut the negotiations off because the Iranians, they passed him a note. He said they passed me a note and it was unacceptable. They sent a piece of paper. Okay. Uh, Now make any of this make sense. And it was unacceptable. And as soon as I told them no, they sent me another piece of paper. So I understand that we can email people. I understand that we can fax people. What note, what piece of paper could the Iranians send your president all the way over from Pakistan? What they using? What is that old thing that they used to use? Western Union or something. How he's sending him a piece of paper, and it was unacceptable. Now there was no. But what is okay? So this is the vagueness that your president gave you about why Iran had already told them that they are not doing any negotiations with them, and he pretended as if he was going to send, what do they call Witkoff and Kushner's, his uh his builders over there to negotiate a ceasefire with them. They don't even take Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner seriously anymore, because you will understand that they had good faith. And in February, they were negotiating with Witkoff and Kushner, and they had given up more than they had given in the Obama agreement, and they agreed to that with Witkoff and Kushner on a Thursday evening. They were to convene on Monday, and they were to tie up any loose strings that may have been in the agreement. So they had agreed to not I think not create a nuclear weapon because it was against their fatah all the time. So the supreme leader said that it was ungodly to even create a nuclear weapon. So that was already clear to understand. And where the vagueness comes in is when your government tells you that they can never have a nuclear weapon. They just can't have it. They just can't have it. But they have presented no facts, no information, no proof that they are creating one in the first place. So let's start there. Your president never tells you that the supreme leader felt that it was ungodly to have a nuclear weapon. No, they never tell you that. So I'm not on the Iranian side. I'm on the side of what is going on. This is going on this side. This is going on that side. I am an American citizen. I am not against our troops. I don't want our troops going out and getting hurt. But your president makes no sense in the things that he says about this war. So on Saturday, here we are trying to save face. So then all of a sudden, guess who's going to the correspondence dinner? Now let's talk about the correspondence dinner. Hold on. We're no comedians. The White House correspondent dinner was notorious for having comedians. It's kind of like a light roast on the president. That is the entertainment. They have people come up and they'll, give the president a little slight 1-2 and jokes about the president. Sometimes the jokes can be brutal. We remember I think it was, yes, it was Barack Obama's last White House Correspondents' dinner. Who was in the audience? Donald Trump was in the audience. Let's review this. Let's review this. Let me pull this up. Okay, let's recall this. Can we? I'm going to share this with you. Now, this is what the dinner was all about, really. But your president, while he was in office, while he was a sitting president, has never gone to a White House Correspondents' dinner. In his last term or last year, he did not go. Now, what's particularly peculiar is they have stopped having comedians at the correspondence dinner suddenly this term. There are no comedians allowed at the White House Correspondents' dinner. They're going to make it a whole snooze fest. The White House Correspondents' dinner used to be filmed on TV because it was such a good show. It had comedians. It was entertaining. I don't believe I don't believe this White House Correspondents' dinner was even scheduled to be on TV. They used to film it live. You used to be able to watch it because it was entertaining. But now here comes this in his feeling as want to be a bully but can't take it, want to push but can't take the push back. Now the White House Correspondents' Dinner is a snooze fest. But let's remember what the White House Correspondents' Dinner was. And I'm going to talk to you about Caroline Leavitt and what she had to say. Let's go here. Okay.
There's a vicious rumor floating around that I think could really hurt Mitt Romney. I heard he passed universal health care when he was governor of Massachusetts. Someone should get to the bottom of that. And I know just the guy to do it. Donald Trump is here tonight. Now, I know that he's taken some flack lately, but no one is happier, no one is prouder to put this birth certificate matter to rest than the Donald. And that's because he can finally get back to focusing on the issues that matter. Like, did we fake the moon landing? What really happened in Roswell? And where are Biggie and Tupac? All kidding aside, obviously we all know about your credentials and breadth of experience. For example, no, seriously, just recently in an episode of Celebrity Apprentice, at the steakhouse, the men's cooking team did not impress the judges from Omaha Steaks. And there was a lot of blame to go around, but you, Mr. Trump, recognized that the real problem was a lack of leadership. And so ultimately you didn't blame Little John or Meatloaf. You fired Gary Busey. And these are the kind of decisions that would keep me up at night. Well handled, sir. Well handled. Say what you will about Mr. Trump. He certainly would bring some change to the White House. Let's see what we've got up there. Ted Cruz said that denying the existence of climate change made him like Galileo. Now, that's not really an apt comparison. Galileo believed...
Let me make sure he's done with Trump. I just remember that little stretch. I don't want to hear about Ted Cruz.
The narcissism index is creeping up a little too high. Meanwhile, Rick Santorum announced that he would not...
I think that's it on Trump.
Still. Anyway, it's amazing how time flies. Soon the first presidential contest will take place, and how time flies. Anyway, still. And Donald Trump is here. Still. Anyway, it's amazing how time flies. Soon the first presidential contest will take place, and I, for one, cannot wait to see who the Koch brothers pick. It's exciting. Marco Rubio, Rand Paul, Ted Cruz, Jeb Bush, Scott Walker. Who will finally get that red rose? The winner gets a $1 billion war chest. The runner-up gets to be the Bachelor on the next season of The Bachelor. I mean, seriously, $1 billion from just two guys. Is it just me, or does that feel a little excessive? It's almost insulting to the candidates. The Koch brothers think they need to spend $1 billion to get folks to like one of these people. It's got to hurt their feelings a little bit. And look, I know I've raised a lot of money too, but in all fairness, my middle name is Hussein. What's their excuse?
Well, we do remember that. I do remember that. Now, the Bushes, your thumbnail picture is killing me softly. It was questionable if he was going to even show up at the thing. And let's get to what Caroline Leavitt said. Now, there is something interesting about the dinner. Amber, she's on the Daily Show. Amber, what is her name? She wears the colorful suits with all the appliques and things. Oh, I love the way she dressed. She was going to be the comedian at last year, and they fired her either 2 nights or the night before because she is a comedian. What is her name? Let me she does a show, a sketch comedy show now. Amber Ruffin. She was slated to be the comedian last year, and they fired her unceremoniously right before the show. So let's understand that they understood that now understand that she's a Black woman as well. So God knows that this president wasn't going to have a Black woman up there taking pot shots at him, as in the tradition of the Correspondents dinner. Oh no. What did Hexef say? Hexef or one of his aides say President Trump wouldn't want to stand next to a Black woman when he's visiting Arlington National Cemetery. So God knows last year there could be no Amber Ruffin making jokes as in the tradition of the Correspondents dinner. Oh no. And he wasn't even going. He wasn't even going. And they fired her. Are we clear? Are we real clear on this presidency? So he shows up. Now, Caroline Leavitt knows that in the tradition of this event, all of the sudden, no one can make jokes about President Trump. However, Caroline Leavitt wants to tell you about, he has such a great speech plan. He's gonna hit on so many things. I think it's gonna be so funny. Why is he making a funny speech up when he can't take comedians to the point that they have no comedians on the show? But he is the only one who is able to write up something, have something written for him, and make jokes about everyone else, because he is such a snowflake. But he can punch down at other people. Let me find. Let's get into the correspondence dinner and the things that were said that you may or may not know. So let's get into this. Shall we? We shall. Okay, let's get into this. Let me find Caroline Levitt. Where is she? But we're gonna have to go through a couple of things. Oh, here she is. Here she is right here. Let's review what she had to say about.
Tonight will be classic Donald J. Trump. It'll be funny. It'll be entertaining. There will be some shots fired tonight in the room. So everyone should tune in.
It's going to be classic Donald Trump. It's going to be funny. There will be what fire? There will be some shots fired.
Donald J. Trump. It'll be funny. It'll be entertaining. There will be some.
Now, when is Donald Trump been funny or entertaining? So someone will write his speech, and if he doesn't go off of what is written for him, it will be funny and entertaining. Thus is the premise of the dinner. But no one else can be funny or entertaining in the tradition of the correspondence dinner. You notice that? She said there will be some shot fired. Now, we're going to talk about these shots fired because actually there were some shots fired, but not the shots that she was speaking of. Let's go through the correspondence dinner, and let's talk about what was presented to us at the White House correspondence dinner. Can we? Because there are a couple of things that I found very interesting about this macho bunch of goons in the Trump administration. Let's get to the dinner, shall we? Did you see I've fallen and I can't get up? Your president can't get up. I've fallen. Pick me up. Now, President Trump said he, in fact, did not fall. He said the Secret Service were talking to him and they told him to get down on the floor. Hey, Jill, Grand Rising. Hey, Street Poet. Hey, Starboy, the night. Okay, Trump can't take being roasted anymore after Iran daily accurate depiction of current events with Lego propaganda videos. Trump lies are so obvious, it's almost an insult. It is an insult to my intelligence. It is not almost. It is just. It is no effort. If you're gonna lie to me, at least put some effort into it. Larry Fink, CEO of BlackRock, stole trillions from the USA with help from Bush and Clinton's, Obama, Biden's puppet national world order. Oh, is that correct? Okay, thank you for telling us that. The same BlackRock who did a video with the alleged Pennsylvania what is it? What Butler, Pennsylvania alleged person who tried to take the life of Trump. Is that the same one you're talking about? The BlackRock who had the shooter from Butler, Pennsylvania, in one of their videos, a video ad that I showed here on my channel at the time of the Butler, Pennsylvania alleged attempt on Trump's life. That same BlackRock you talking about? Oh, did you talk about that? Do you have anything to say about that? Oh, okay. Thank you, Starboy tonight. I know, girl. I saw that. I saw the replay of the bushes. Okay. Okay, so Trump said, no, I didn't fall. They told me to get down on the floor. When we obviously saw he fell and they had to pull him up. Let's go through some more. I see. I need to call your attention to some things in this video. Some people and actors. Who's that right there? Whose bald head do you see right there? He's out in the open. But someone has their body in front of them. A human shield, when you put your body in front of someone else, when there's a gun shooting and you put your body in front of them, you're kind of like a shield, a human shield, no less, but a shield. Whose bald head is that? That's none other than Stephen Miller. Stephen, we don't care, act like he loves hurting black and brown people, Stephen Miller. Let's see Stephen Miller a little more. Oh, he's getting up now. Stephen Miller is getting up and they're ready to go. The Secret Service or whatever protection guy told him to go out the right door, the door on the right. So let's see what Stephen Miller's doing.
Katie, do you have all your stuff?
Katie, do you have all your stuff? Katie, who is Katie? Katie, that would be Stephen Miller's wife. Katie Miller, the one who absconded and left the White House to go work with Elon Musk. Now she has a belly full of baby. Now, whose baby it is, who's to say? She's married to Stephen Miller, but she left and went to California when Elon Musk left. And we know that Elon Musk is very proficient and very insistent on populating the planet with his seed. So, Katie, do you have all your stuff? So he and his wife, Katie, are sitting down there, being protected by someone. So let's see some more.
I'm fine. So,
now they get back down. Now, what do we see here? Who is this sitting straight up in his chair? None other than Robert F. Kennedy. But who is that crouched down behind him at the table? His plastic surgery big lip wife is sitting behind him, crouched down at the table. And I need to ask you, is Robert F. Kennedy, who is just sitting there like he's in a stupor, is he high? Because he's sitting there, not moving, in a whole stupor, just sitting there erect and stiff, like a big penis, a big blood-filled penis, erect and stiff. Let's continue. You see his wife there, Cheryl Hines, hiding behind the table as Robert F. Kennedy is not consoling her in any way. He's just sitting up there. Now, the black guy. These are, every time Robert F. Kennedy is at a committee hearing, there's two black guys who sit behind him, and this is one of the black guys who is obviously his personal security. So Robert F. Kennedy has not moved his face left, right. Robert F. Kennedy is sitting there in a stupor. This is who's over your health and human services. Okay, let's continue. Now there's what is this? This is a reporter with the gray hair. I forget his name. Uh, I forget his name. And there's Katie Miller and Stephen Miller. Now, what do you notice about this picture right now? Who is more the human shield in this picture? Now, Stephen Miller is up against the table. Who does he have in front of him? Not behind him, in front of him. His wife is in front of him. He's using his wife, in my opinion, as a human shield. And all of the baby in her belly as well.
Stand by. Yes, sir.
Okay. Oh, so now they get up and go. Hey, foot soldier. It's good to see you, Grand Rising. Hey, Tumble Time. He's a very important man. Important to whom? Who is he? What he do you speak of? So now they've run out. And so they're safe. It seems like they run out and they have made sure that they are safe. But what is it? What is it about the run out that I wanted you to see? What is it about the running out? Did I want to make sure you saw? Oh God, I don't have the picture lined up. I'll get the picture lined up for you to see about them running out. He is still using his wife as a human shield as they run out of the event. You see him holding on to her, and she is in front of him as they leave the event. Thus, he is still using his wife as a human shield all the way out the event. Stephen Miller, the tough guy in the administration, who wants to spew all of this mean, nasty language about how other people should be treated, and who is unrepentant in the things that he says about other people. He is hiding behind his wife when danger comes his way. How apropos for this administration. Would you expect any less? I don't think. Oh, here we are. Let me share with you the exit from the room. I must share that with you. We'll talk about this picture. Okay. So let me. Here is Stephen Miller leaving once they tell him to leave. Who does he have? Who is he hiding behind? Who he's holding to make sure she doesn't go the wrong way. He's actually holding her in front of him. Hmm? Hmm? Who's going first? Who's not leading his wife to safety? Hmm? Bad theater. Now is the winter of our discontent. Hello, terrible times. Good morning, foot soldier. Okay, so these are some of the things that I wanted you to see. I wanted to make sure Stephen Miller using his pregnant wife as human shield. Wu-Tang for the children. Put that up on Twitter. Wu-Tang is for the children. Kind of like Trick Daddy's for the children. But does it seem like Stephen Miller is for the children? The children go first. I just want you to understand who these people really are in their fear. These people who want to put fear and terror in you. But when fear and terror comes their way, you see who these people really are. So let's continue with this video.
Yes. Go to your right. Go to your right.
Now there's RFK and his wife, who he's breaking ass. At least he's not using his wife as a human shield. He's using the person in front of him as he ducks down as a human shield. He's not even turning around and make sure his wife gets off that stage. He's not being the husband to make sure that she's able to hop off that stage, knowing she's in a ball dress and heels. No, he keeps rolling. Let's continue. Thank God for security. Now who we have here? Who we have here standing up right in the middle? Two men on the left, one man in the middle, a brunette and another man on the right. Who is this man in the middle? Right here. That would be none other than your Department of War, warmongering and war crimes, Pete Keckbreath. I know he was he stays seated at his table for an extended period of time. He has just gotten up from his table, probably making sure he I don't know, finish his last little bit of wine or whatever. Let's get to Keckbreath. So we're centered on Keckbreath now, right in the middle. And what is he doing? Is he being the warrior? Is he being a great war fighter that he expects us? And is he exuding lethal power and being a powerful force? No, he's being a little bitch. He's tucking in chairs under the tables in the middle of Secret Service clearing the room. He's standing there tucking chairs under the table and looking at Secret Service and say, I can call so-and-so if you want to. He has his phone out to make a phone call. This big warrior has no warrior ethos, it appears. He gave out so much warrior ethos to the people that they're sending off to die in Iran because Benjamin Netanyahu told our administration that he had none left for himself. Let's watch to the end with this Pete Keckbreath. Let's watch to the end with this Pete Keckbreath. So, does his wife appear to be worried? See, this is the thing about it. It seems like some people were in on it and some people were not in on it. His wife seems to be unworried about anything. He's sitting there tucking chairs under the table.
There's a push out back there. Yeah.
Did somebody check her purse? That big ass purse? Is there a bottle of wine in that purse? Department of War. Okay. And then you have some idiot try to start a USA chat. A USA chat that did not go off well. Let's see some more. Let's see some more from this event, and we're gonna listen to Todd Blanche, the interim secretary of the Department of Justice. We're gonna hear him talk about this event. Let me share this video with you. We're just gonna go through our videos, and then we're gonna talk about this whole thing in its totality. Okay, here we go. Let me see, what is this? I think this is something.
All right.
Now this video is the reason why I titled my video the way I titled my video. If you see the screenshot of my video, we have 45, 47 sitting up there asleep and unattentive, and we have Secret Service gathering up the vice president. This way, Mr. President, Vice President. This is why I titled my video the way I did. Because if you were unaware, I'm pretty sure you cannot be unaware up until this point that the president was not the first person that they made sure got out of this event. They first went to the vice president and ushered out the vice president, and before they bothered to go over there and awaken the actual president.
All right.
There they were taking J.D. Vance out. If you don't see, this is J.D. Vance. Trump and Vance rushed off stage after shots fired at White House Correspondents' dinner. This is J.D. Vance being ushered out.
All right.
Now, Trump is still sitting at the table. There's your president still sitting at the table. Vance is clear. But there's your white-haired president still sitting at the table.
Where?
And now he says that Secret Service were talking to him and told him to get down on the floor when he actually falls flat on his face. And in a typical "I've fallen and I can't get up" moment, he lays on the floor until 4 or 5 Secret Service agents pull him up. The person, the Asian lady who was in charge of the dinner, was trying to get out behind him, and she finally said, "Fuck this shit." She got down on her knees and she crawled in front of him. He was clogging up the exit as he laid on the floor, unable to get up. Let's see this.
Where? Who's it at? Where? Who's it at? Where? Where?
Down. Down goes Frazier. Down goes Frazier.
Who's it at?
Now we're gonna watch 45, 47 be very, very nasty and insulting to Norah Donalds. Let's not forget, this is the president who says when he gets a tough real life question, none of these baby questions that they volley to him, these influencers that they have sitting in the press pool, when he gets a real question from a somewhat real reporter who is may go a little truthful with him in the question, but let's make it real clear that most of these reporters don't ask real questions because they don't want to lose access, because they enjoy the access they have. So when he gets a halfway, it can just be a simple factual question. Who are you with? Your ratings are horrible. Who are you with? You're disgusting. Shut up, Piggy. Yeah. Now, this is the person who stood up here. Okay, let's get this straight. Okay, after all of this has happened, they say that Trump says that he wanted the event to go on, but Secret Service was the one who shut down the event. So Secret Service shuts down the event, and what do you get from the White House? We'll have a press briefing in 30 minutes. They said that you had White House correspondents, reporters riding scooters so quickly, trying to get over to the White House to this press briefing. They say some of them had wind in their hair. Some of them had leaves in their hair. Some of them were sweating profusely, trying to hustle over to the White House because who would take this opportunity for granted? Who would take this opportunity for granted? So President Trump set up a press briefing a half hour later and talked about how horrible it was that we had a opportunity to meet with our wonderful press, and this was a time to get together, and all of this fondness for the press. When he has said nothing about Pete Hegseth throwing out all of the real reporters from the Pentagon and saying that the reporters from the Pentagon had to sign a NDA. The reporters from the Pentagon could not do what they have been doing for decades in the Pentagon, going to people and writing stories based upon anything that they choose to write on about the Pentagon. Not anything they chose to write on, the factual things that they chose to write on, and talking to people who worked in the Pentagon. Pete Hegseth says, no, every story that you write is going to have to be read and approved before you can print it in your paper. This is the press that 45-47 act as if they had such a good relationship with. This same press who told Pete Hegseth, we're not doing none of that shit. Are you crazy? We are the free press. And he said, if you don't do it, you're out of the Pentagon. And we remember when all of the press from the Washington Post, from CNN, even Fox News left the Pentagon with their boxes packed of things that they had in their press office at the Pentagon. And he filled the Pentagon with the likes of Laura Looney. Laura Loomer. And we're going to talk about Laura Loomer as well. I can't decide if I want to. We're going to talk about Laura Looney. I want you to remind you why she has a desk at the press office at the Pentagon. This woman who has talked about taking the desire to take her own life multiple times has a clearance in the Pentagon. She has the ear of the president. It has been reported after your president called the strike on Iran that Laura Looney was the first person he called. Laura Looney, who was having, who chained herself to the Twitter doors when they banned her from Twitter. Laura Looney, who went on Alex Jones' show screaming and crying and saying, "You don't know, Alex, they're ruining my life. You don't know what I'm going through, Alex." When they banned her from Twitter. This who has access to the Pentagon and the ear of your president. This same Laura Looney, she changed herself to the Twitter office. And are we going to talk about all of the footage they have of Laura Looney accosting men? Are we going to talk about the report of men in the area of the president who have made complaints about her, who says that she is very forward sexually towards them and to the point that it is uncomfortable? And this who has the ear of your president and a clearance to the Pentagon. This same Laura Looney who said that, social media, she's addicted to it like cocaine. This same Laura Looney who said that, she used cocaine because she had a depression problem. This same Laura Looney. This same Laura Looney whose own father says that she has mental problems. This same Laura Looney who says she used cocaine to fight her depression. She self-medicated with cocaine to fight her depression. I didn't say that. That's what she said about herself. And she said that social media is now like her new cane. She gets a high from social media. And she is just like your president, up all night typing vile shit on X. Okay, so we're going to talk about Laura Looney as well. Hey, hey, Leonard. They couldn't even keep a straight face during doing that shit. No, I call it Looney, Laura Looney. I know it's Loomer. I call her Looney. She looks like that scare puppet. That's what she looks like. That mask that they use on screen. That's what she looks like. We're gonna talk about that too. Let's go through more of this bullshit that we actually saw at this. Let's go through some more of this shit. I have a couple of more video files that I want to share with you about Todd Blanche talking about what happened at this event. Shall we? I think he's right here. He wants us to take him seriously.
Here's what Todd Blanche had to say. Let's play this clip right here.
So you must have attended past Correspondents' dinners. I mean, for over 50 years, they've been held at this hotel. Last night, it was extraordinary because we had the president, the vice president, the Speaker of the House, the Secretary of State, the Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of the Treasury, all in the same room.
Now, we all know that there is not supposed to be a time when the president, the vice president, and the Speaker of the House in the Treasury should, the Secretary of the Treasury should be in the same room. We all know that is a threat to our country because that is the line of power in this country. If something happened to the president, the vice president takes over. If something happened to the president and vice president, the Speaker of the House takes over the presidency. If something happens to all three of them, we'll be stuck with Scott Bessent being our interim president. But all of them were at this White House Correspondents' dinner. Now, she's laying this out to, and including Keg Breath. She added him. I don't think he has a line to the power of the presidency. Thank God. But all of these lines of power were sitting up here at this correspondence dinner. Now, Scott, what is his name? What is his name? Todd Blanche is sitting up here. Now, understands Todd Blanche used to be Trump's personal lawyer who lost the case that garnered Trump to be a 35 time convicted felon, 34, 32, 34 time convicted felon. This is the loser who's running our Department of Justice. And when he's asked about the whole power structure line being in one place, you understand how horrible of an attorney he is when you hear this answer.
Those are 5 out of the top 6 leaders in that line of succession for this country, should something have actually happened to the president himself. Was there planning for that? I mean, when we have the State of the Union, there's a designated survivor. Was there an increased concern about gathering all of our leadership in that room last night?
We will not stop doing things like we did last night in this administration.
We will not stop doing things like we did last night in this administration. We will continue to be careless and dumb and stupid in this administration. We're going to do whatever it is we want in this administration. We don't give a fuck how it affects this nation, what effect it has on this nation. We doing what we want to do. Another interesting thing that Todd Blanche was asked about in his whoring around of the Sunday shows on yesterday was about this administration not being in line with saving all of the information that they are supposed to save while being in this information so it can be collected at the end of the term. He said that, constitutionally, there have been many fights about this, and we don't feel like we need to follow this act. So understand that your interim Department of Justice Secretary just said that this Trump administration will be getting rid of and actually not turning over papers and documents that they need to turn over. They are the ones who are going to determine what needs to be destroyed, what needs to be hidden in this administration. What do you think is going to happen to those other 3 million pieces of evidence in the Epstien file that this same Todd Blanche said that he is not releasing because of his reasons, regardless of the law that was passed, that he must release all the Epstien files? Todd Blanche said he's not releasing these other 3 million. What about that part B of the special what is his name? Black. What is his name? What about the part B of the investigation into the files that President Trump took to his house? All of the files in the confidential information that Trump took to Mar-a-Lago. Now, they did have the special investigator testify about part A, but Eileen Cannon, who views herself as 45, 47, a personal protector, said that if Black, I think his name is, what is his name? If the investigator into that Mar-a-Lago thing says anything about part B of that investigation, that she'll put him in jail. So, do you think that the part B of this investigation will be held over, or will it be destroyed? Because Eileen Cannon, the one who has dismissed the case of this special investigation into the illegalities of 4547, taking home all of those papers from the White House in his first term, she has really made sure that Trump can do whatever he wishes, and that Part B of this investigation shall not be uttered about in public. The public must not know what's in Part B of this investigation, per a judge. Now, I don't understand why it is that we think that this should not be uttered. I think that there should be some way that this guy is given immunity, and the public understands and find out what was in Part B of this investigation. I think his name is Black. I think he was over the investigation. Don't quote me. Okay, so let's hear more from Todd Blanche.
And this man, if his one of his goals was to get us to be scared, he failed. And let me make clear that you're right. All those folks were in the room and more, and yet we were all safe. Law enforcement did their jobs, and so President Trump said,
if that man thought he was going to scare us, he was wrong. And let me say, all of those folks were in the room, but they were safe. But that does not negate the fact that why were all of those folks in the room? If you had any respect for this country, you would not have put this country in peril of something something happening, and all the four first powers of government were in a position where they could have lost their lives. You didn't answer the question. You're acting like you don't know what the question is, and you're over the Department of Justice.
last night, and he means it. And I very much agree with him that this type of conduct will not deter him. It will not stop him from living. It will not stop him from doing his job. And that is not only him, but the vice president, the cabinet, the law enforcement, you all, journalists. You're not going to stop doing your jobs either because of this lone man that did what he did. And so this is something that we all are still reacting to because it's fresh. But I assure you that the types of things that you saw last night and the president being out there and available to the American public, that will not change because of what this guy tried to do last night.
Well,
folks, when I think.
Okay, let's hear some more from.
Here's what Todd Blanche had to say. Let's play this clip right here.
So you must have attended past Correspondents' dinners. I mean, for over 50 years, they've been held at this hotel.
Not going to stop doing your jobs either because of this lone man.
I had this twice. Excuse me. Let's hear more from Todd Blanche. I apologize for that. Let's hear more of what Todd Blanche was spouting. Shall we?
Act like, oh my God, can you believe this? I guess we shouldn't. Donald Trump has.
Here we go.
Always have, and we always will. On the other hand, we do.
Play this clip.
On the one hand, we take those threats very seriously, always have, and we always will. On the other hand, we do not, the way we respond to those threats is not to go into a bunker and hide. It's to trust the law enforcement that are keeping us safe. And that's what happened last night, and that's what I think we will continue to see going.
What we do not do when we get these threats is go into a bunker and hide. Is that what we do not do? The first cries that have come out is about how this administration needs its ballroom because of all the security. You know, a bunker is in the ballroom, and the president would have been safe if they had their big, beautiful ballroom. Let's see what message came out from this White House after this attack. This is your White House. What happened last night is exactly the reason that our great military, Secret Service, law enforcement, and for a different reason, every president for the last 150 years have been demanding that a large, safe, and secure ballroom be built on the grounds of the White House. Now, all of this is lies and bullshit. Every president for the last 150 years have been demanding that there should be a ballroom attached to the White House. So we know that all of this, the military has been demanding a ballroom at the White House. Secret Service have been demanding, law enforcement, all of every president for the last 150 years. No, you are the only person who is demanding a ballroom. Now, that ballroom has been shut down in even though the judge shut down the actions that you cannot continue to build on the ballroom, another judge has stayed that ruling. So I don't know where we are with the ballroom right now. But you are the only one who wants the ballroom. Now, let's understand that the White House Correspondents' Dinner is not a government entity. It is not a government action. This is a entertainment apparatus that they give. Nothing about the White House Correspondents' Dinner is a actual government function. So now something that he has not gone to, he just happened to go to this year after saying he needed time off and all of this stuff after being embarrassed by Iran again. Now they find a way to tell you this is exactly why we need the ballroom. Why? To go to things that are not connected to the government. So everything that is not connected to the government is going to be able to schedule their events in the White House ballroom. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? All entertainment apparatuses will be able to schedule their events at the White House ballroom? Bullshit. Okay. Okay. Safe and secure ballroom be built on the grounds of the White House. This event would never have happened with the military top secret ballroom are currently under construction. Now, let's understand. If you saw the amount of people who were there, the National Guards was actually at the Hilton Hotel. See, it's not about the secure ballroom. It's about the fact that the Hilton Hotel was not secure. They say the only magnetometers to check for weapons was down on the bottom level where you actually entered into the ballroom where the event was held. All of the floors above, all of the parking lot areas, none of that was secured. Now, I find it strange that an event. Let me finish reading this. Okay. It cannot be built fast enough. While beautiful, it has every highest level of security feature there is. Plus, there are no rooms sitting on top for unsecured people to pour in, and is inside the gates of the most secure building in the world, the White House. The ridiculous ballroom lawsuit brought by a woman walking her dog who has absolutely no standing to bring such a suit must be dropped immediately. Nothing should be allowed to interfere with its construction. which is on budget and substantially ahead of schedule. Thanks for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. You notice the things that he said, that people, there's no people on top who are able to roam around. Now, what Wolf Blitzer said about this event. Wolf Blitzer said he had never seen the amount of security that he saw at this event. And Wolf Blitzer said he had been going to these White House Correspondents' dinner for over 30 years. He never seen the amount of security that he saw at this event. However, now there are a lot of people who are talking about how while there were a lot of bodies around, there was not a lot of actual security being done at this event. Now let's read some of the tidbits about the actual security at this event. MS Now host Simone Sanders Townsend recounts how poor security was at the White House Correspondent Dinner. She says that she was able to roll up to the front door on a scooter, and security did not ask to see her ID nor see her ticket. They assumed she was a guest at the hotel. Now, you're going to have to do more to vote in your local area of government than these people had to do to get in the Hilton Hotel. Some of the people said that the Secret Service only to ask to see a picture of your invitation. It could even be on your phone. There were no list of names to match these tickets to. Where you ever heard of that being done in a secure location? They didn't. All you had to do is just say, "Look, see, I got one." They weren't even trying to match names. They were not asking you for your ID to see if you were the name on the ticket that you were presenting. None of this happened. Where your four top branches of government were. And they didn't even ask for ID. But you're going to have to do more to vote. You're going to have to show your citizenship to vote. Okay, let's continue. I actually showed up to the Hilton shortly after 8 p.m. and I actually took a scooter right up to the front of the Hilton driveway, and this matters because, as you know, usually there are a lot of protesters outside. That's outside of those barricades before you can actually enter into the driveway of the Hilton. But this year, there are no protesters outside. I come to find out that the people were actually milling about into the lobby. When I got off the scooter and into the front of the barricades, usually you have to show ID and a ticket. The security at the gate, these were not agents. The Secret Service agents, they were not identified as Secret Service agents that I could see at the gates. But they did not ask me to show ID. And they did not ask me to show a ticket. They said, "Oh, you're good. I'm sure you're going to your room. I am not staying at the Washington Hilton." "Oh, you're good. I'm sure you're going to your room." Didn't ask for a ticket, didn't ask for an ID. And y'all don't think that this was a setup? Y'all don't think that this is something that Todd set up so he can get Candy's money? Let's continue. As I entered the driveway, I saw the president's vehicle, the Beast, was driving around in the circle of the Hilton driveway, and people were walking around near it, taking photos. Secret Service was not keeping a perimeter, and it went around about 2 or 3 times while I was outside. Now, there is a perimeter that is supposed to be set up around the president's vehicle, which is called the Beast. That did not go on. People were walking up to the beast, taking pictures of the beast. But 45, 47, and you heard Todd Blanche said that all of the lines of the government who were in that building, but they were safe though. But they were safe though. Security did what security is supposed to do, even though we didn't. But they want you to believe that they were safe. They were not safe. If anything real had happened, they would not have been safe, because this is how lax the security was that night. Let's keep it real. Okay, let me see. Okay. When I entered into the Hilton, I asked Secret Service agents, which I saw they were identified as Secret Service agents, which way the ballroom was, and they said they didn't know. Now, you mean to tell me that secret agents didn't even know which way the ballroom was? This is from reporter Simone Sanders, and they are supposed to be protecting the president. And when asked which way is the ballroom, the answer is they didn't know. So how is it then that they are going to be proficient in protecting the president, these Secret Service agents? But this year, there was no protesters outside. I come to find out that the people were actually, okay, I read that part. When I entered into Hilton, I asked the Secret Service agents, which I saw that they were identified as Secret Service agents, which way the ballroom was. And they said they didn't know. When I finally got my way into the elevator, no one asked me to show ID. No one asked me to show a ticket. I got all the way down to the red carpet area without ever showing a ticket to anyone in the Hilton. I'm saying I'm saying it like this because this is unusual. I'm saying it like this because this is unusual. Don't miss the ticket language of these heathens. The ballroom, huh? Yeah, the ballroom. So Simone Sanders and quite a few other people are letting you know that there was actually no security, no app security at this event. However, suddenly, when there's gunshots, you see all of these agents milling around, running around. Now, how is it that? Okay, okay, enough of this. Enough of this. Let me see if there's any more videos that I want to show. What I want to know is, how is it that with all of this security milling around, National Guard agents, all of these people milling around, however, somebody is just able to run up into this event. What is this I have right here?
Be a major meeting in Pakistan. Here, playing this clip.
Oh my God. Yesterday you said to Reuters that.
So this is the embarrassment that I believe that your president was trying to avoid. The fact that he said that they were going to be meeting with Pakistan, and then he came back, and after the Iranians left Pakistan, and then he came back and talked about pieces of paper that they delivered. They delivered nothing. They delivered embarrassment to your president on Saturday, and then all of a sudden, all of this calamity happened at the ballroom. You need to pay attention and follow what the real news was. That was washed away by this shit that makes absolutely no sense. And now you have these people who are going to be counting this as an attempt on your president's life. Now, Oh, so that is supposed to be the big story while we are in the middle of a war, and your president is lying about negotiations about to happen between the people we are warring with. But nobody's talking about the fact that that was an obvious lie, because Iran had already said they're not meeting with Witkoff and Kushner, and they went on and flew elsewhere. The thing about it is, the fact that the Iranians they met with Pakistan, and then they flew elsewhere right after 45, 47 announced that Witkoff and Kushner were on their way, and then after all of this ballroom calamity had went down, the Iranians did come back to Pakistan. They left Pakistan long enough so that there could be no flight to Pakistan by Witkoff and Kushner. There could be no time for them to get to Pakistan. They actually came back to Pakistan, not to meet with Kushner or Witkoff, just to show that they didn't give a fuck, that they left because they were not negotiating. But this is what your president said about being embarrassed that Iran was not going to meet with them, and had already left Pakistan after his announcement that he was sending his builders out to negotiate peace in a war.
Who is in charge now? What changed from yesterday to today?
Nothing. It's just that
Changed from yesterday to today.
What changed from yesterday to today? Let's hear this whole exchange.
Yesterday you said to Reuters that we're dealing with who is in charge now. What changed from yesterday to today?
nothing. It's just that they gave us a paper that should have been better. And interestingly, immediately when I canceled it, within 10 minutes, we got a new paper that was much better.
What was that?
They gave us a paper, and I told them it should be better, and I canceled. And this is what your president is telling you, as the Iranian officials had already left Pakistan after he announced that Kushner and Witkoff were on their way to Pakistan for negotiations. See, this is what your media is not putting together for you. All of this was bullshit. And then 10 minutes later, they came back with another paper. What is it about these papers? Another paper they came back with, you say? Give me a break.
We talked about they will not have a nuclear weapon. Very simple. Look,
What was on these papers? What was on these papers is her question. We talked about they will not have a nuclear weapon. A paper is them talking to you. You cannot talk back to them. You said you received a paper that was insufficient. That was something, and therefore you broke the negotiations. And then 10 minutes later, they came back with another paper. And what was talked about on this paper? Well, I told them that they will not have a nuclear weapon. What sense does this make? How can you tell them something when you're talking about what was insufficient in these papers that they sent you? What's the question? And we talked about, how did you talk about them just because you received an insufficient paper? So where at what point does this you telling them what you would not accept? Where there's a disconnect here, a disconnect of any reasonable or rational thought is right here. Let's continue.
the whole deal is not complicated. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple.
Ceasefire remaining.
While all of this
Okay, let me see what you're talking about. Hey, Baron, it is good to see you. Always good to see you. Let me make sure I I'm pretty sure I do have some more things that I definitely wanted to show you about all of the things that are surrounding this event. I want to talk about keep
At least
your eye
forcefully
on the
pushing back.
prize.
Let's play this clip right here.
You've supported several unsuccessful resolutions to limit President Trump's war powers in Iran. Do you think President Trump will be able to secure congressional authorization for this war?
No, Christian, let me be clear. We need to end this war. Americans are struggling. Gas prices are up, food prices are up, housing costs are up. The reason those prices are up is because the Strait of Hormuz is closed and because of this war. It's caused devastation for working families. The president ran saying that he would bring prices down. Prices are up in his administration. And the way most Americans want this war to end, even 54% of Republicans believe we need negotiation to end the war. The Pope is saying end the war. Americans agree with the Pope. We need a negotiated settlement, and this war needs to end.
And I'll remind you.
I concur. Now, all this is the things that we really should be talking.
Here, play this clip of Jamie Raskin.
Yeah, and
at least forcefully pushing back. Let's
hold on.
Right here.
You, and as many of your fellow Democrats have used some heated rhetoric against the president. And do you think twice?
Now here comes this bitch who identifies Dana Bash on the State of the Union is talking about rhetoric. She's talking about, after what happened last night at the correspondent dinner, you guys have been using some heated rhetoric. What heated rhetoric do you speak of, Dana Bash? She's being very unspecific about what they have said, but now she's trying to take him across a whipping board for the facts that they have told, but she never does anything to this administration about the lies and the harm that they are causing our whole motherfucking government, our whole American empire. But she wants to take Jamie Raskin over a whipping board about his harsh rhetoric. Let's see what Dana Bash, the always support Israel Dana Bash, has to say
About that when something like this happens?
What rhetoric do you have in mind?
Just talking about, and you have, and as many of your fellow Democrats have used some heated rhetoric against the president. And do you think twice about that when something like this happens?
What rhetoric do you have in mind?
Just talking about.
She has none, but let's see what rhetoric does she have.
Some of the fact that he, is terrible for this country and so on and so forth. I understand that that's your democratic right, but overall, do you
I have
a
no
responsibility?
personal problem with.
Well, Dana, where has he been great for the country? If he said that he is it rhetoric when he says that he is bad for the country? You should be able to actually say where he has been good for this country, Dana. So when he says that he's bad for the country, is that rhetoric or is that fact, Dana?
Donald Trump at all. I mean, I talk about the policies of this administration, the authoritarianism like we saw on display in Minneapolis, where 2 of our citizens were gunned down in the streets simply for exercising their First Amendment rights. Renee Good, Alex Preddy, and others have, died in custody. I'm talking about policies. I don't personalize it. And I certainly have never called the press the enemy of the people. I think the press are the people's best friend. And that's why it's written right there into the First Amendment. We need the press to be a vigilant watchdog against every level of government, federal, state, local, all of it.
You're not going to get an argument from me on that. Before I let you go.
And then on.
Now, let's show the last clip that I want to show. if
was
security
before the White House Correspondents' Dinner?
if security was so good at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, why did this happen? I want to thank Sabby Sab for sharing this information. If security was so good at the White House, why on the side of the Hilton did
at
this
the White
happen?
House Correspondents' Dinner. Dear President Trump. Dear President Trump, this building is the Washington Hilton Hotel. You'll soon be arriving here as the guest of honor at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. But the fact is, you, the President of the United States, are right now engaged in a massive cover-up of Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. To date, your administration has only released about half the Epstein files. Of those that have been published, hundreds of pages have been blacked out entirely, and the names of many powerful men have been redacted, including, in some cases, your own name. Where you have been named, the files are damning. In one email from 2011, Epstein wrote to his accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell, expressing surprise that you hadn't yet been publicly accused of complicity in his activities. Epstein emailed Maxwell saying, "I want you to realize that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump." Maxwell replied saying, "I've been thinking about that." In an email from Epstein to author Michael Wolff, Epstein said of you, President Trump, quote, "Of course he knew about the girls." You recently admitted on Air Force One that you were aware young women were being recruited from Mar-a-Lago by Epstein. When you were asked whether one of them was the well-known Epstein victim, Virginia Roberts Giuffre, you replied,
I think she worked at the spa. I think so. I think that was one of the people. Yeah. He stole her.
2 years after Virginia was recruited from your club, you told New York Magazine that you thought Epstein was a terrific guy. You said, quote, "He's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do. And many of them are on the younger side." One release file shows you flew on Epstein's private jet, dubbed the Lolita Express, at least 8 times. Then you lied about it, like you've lied about so many aspects of your relationship with Epstein.
Your president told you that he never rode on the jet. That's his verbal. He verbally said that he never rode on Epstein's jet, and said nothing when it was proven that he had.
The fact is, Mr. President, you knew. Release the files, end the cover-up, now.
Now, this was projected onto that hotel.
That was projected onto the Hilton Hotel where they had the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Go over there. Let me pull her channel up. Sabby Sabs. You may want to visit her. She does great. She does great work. So go over there and check out her video on this. Let me pull up her link. Here we go. This is the link to her channel. I enjoy her a lot. Now, here we go. Game over. And they're talking about the security. There's the link to her channel. It will also be in my description box. And also, obviously, check out the Midas Touch Network. Now, let's get into let's go to Ken Klippenstein. You guys know that I love Ken Klippenstein, and he has a report on the shooter. Now, the shooter is from Torrance, California. It is said that he is from Torrance, California. It is alleged that he took a train here to the United States. Now, it appears that he is from the area near the White House in some way, because prior to the shooting, has been reported that he gave a manifesto to his family members. Is this? No, that's not it. Maybe this is it right here. I think this is it. No, this is more about the security. While the security perimeter outside the ballroom worked, and the Secret Service and federal law enforcement acted swiftly to secure the ballroom and move the president and high-level officials out of harm's way, the fact is there are numerous giant security issues. One, no photo ID and no verified list of attendees, which is common for any White House event. Do you think? Number two, there were no magnetometers before the ballroom. Prior to the event, there were numerous receptions that someone could have easily gotten into with limited security. Number three, the building was still open to the general public. Number four, without getting into details, I will just say that there was not a good handle on how many members of Congress were at the event, and were they in the room. Number five, there needs to be a complete and thorough after action as to how the gunman got in from his hotel room and into a secure area with numerous of guns. I think he means there needs to be a complete investigation. Now, it has been reported that the shooter actually had a room in the hotel. Now, I find it curious that knowing that the president would be there, that he was, I guess, hey, this is a business. Everybody gets to get a hotel room. So they said that he booked his hotel room this month. Now, I want you to see these people who have gone through this trauma of thinking that, hey, someone just tried to shoot up a building that we were all in. You have Cockeye Patel, you have Blanche, you have your president. Who is that? Mark Wayne Mullins. Mark Wayne Mullins looks like he's crying. The new chair of the Department of Homeland Security. And you have J.D. Vance, all sitting up there having a good laugh, a good chuckle. Let's see the other response to this. Alina Habba. After all of this trauma and tragedy, Alina Habba, who was another Trump-appointed lawyer, who he also appointed to be over the DA over in New Jersey, who refused to get up her seat when she was told that her seat was only for a specific number of days. She refused to give up her seat. Pam Bimbo tried to keep her in and changed her title and said that Todd Blanche and herself would sign all of her documentation that needed to, what was it? The Attorney General of New Jersey. They wanted to be her co-signer on all of her paperwork until a drug dealer said that I'm not going. Drug dealer's lawyer said, I refuse to go to court in New Jersey on these drug charges because the person who signed this is not qualified to be the Attorney General. And then it all fell apart. And Alina Habba finally had to leave. Now, understand, Alina Habba was at this dinner, and this is what Alina Habba had to say about this traumatic dinner. Alina Habba breaks her silence, want people to know that she slayed at the White House Correspondents' dinner. 10 out of 10, slayed on the look. This is what Alina Habba, the attorney for your president, had to say. The Alina Habba who has argued things in front of the courts for your attorney, and has always been overruled. This is these are the people who your president choose to put in high position. Let's see how wrecked up Pete Kegbreath is. Oh, Kegbreath is getting a good giggle. This is the reaction from now. Let's talk about this bitch right here. We're going to talk about her. She had second thoughts. A shooter at White House Correspondents' dinner. Shooter is dead, which was untrue. Thank you, Secret Service. Now, she decided to take a selfie, kissing at the camera. Doesn't it seem like these people were just very, very upset? It seems like these. Now, this is a what they call an influencer. What else do I have right here? Now, along with the ballroom, they are trying to push through legislation on the strength of what happened last night. Okay, here you have none other than Texas Chip Roy wants taxpayers to pay for Trump's ballroom. Any consideration of Department of Homeland Security reconciliation instructions this week and beyond should provide for construction of a secure ballroom on White House grounds, in addition to other concerns being addressed regarding ICE, the CBC, Save America Act, transgender and abortion funding, and Recon 3 and more. Chip Roy of Texas said that this should show you that the taxpayers should be paying for the ballroom. And now he wants to pile a whole lot of other agendas. This Save America Act to marginalize the black votes or any votes that they don't want people to vote. Transgender and abortion funding. Who funds abortion? Abortion isn't funded by the federal government in the first place. So this is Chip Roy of Texas. They're trying to get a whole lot of stuff going in under this guise of a shooting. So you should be ready. They're crime victims on a whole lot of the stuff that has gone on behind this shooting. What is this? MAGA activists and influencers seize on the incident to lobby for a ballroom and multiple other completely unrelated pieces of legislation. Dear Leader Thune and our Republican Senate, since Democrats are literally trying to assassinate the President Trump, can you come back to Washington, D.C. and pass the Save America Act before Democrats have an opportunity to win back power? Thank you. So what you're saying here is that if the Save America Act is enacted into law, that will restrict the Democrat votes. You're saying that silent power out loud. So why do they have to come and do it before the elections? He said right here, can you come back and pass the Save Act of America before Democrats have an opportunity to win back power? So are you saying that if it's the Save Act is passed, the Democrats will not have an opportunity to win back power? Yes, that's exactly what you're saying. And everyone is aware that that is the reason of the invention of this alleged Save Act. They should have had the Save Act as a part of the security at the White House Correspondents' dinner. That's where they needed the Save Act at, where they asked for no ID. Now here are some lies that they tried to put out. The Secret Service agents shot have been working without pay for over a month. Now, there was one Secret Service agent who was shot in his vest and is fine. And now they're trying to put out lies that because of the shutdown for ICE is still at a stalemate. Now they're trying to tell you that the Secret Service agents are working and they are not being paid. So this was corrected. Secret Service agents have been receiving regular pay during the ongoing Department of Homeland Security shutdown, funded through other means like the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. The department remains unfunded, but agents are paid. So this is the hubbub that's going around. But what I also need to, let me see who says something. But what I also need to, you dead? I'm dead too. I'm dead too. Now, but what I also need to tell you, let me share this with you. Elon Musk's little side piece came out and spilled a little tea. And I want you to hear the tea she spilled. But before we get to that, let's talk about the Secret Service. The Secret Service they appear to do a real sloppy job. It appears that the Secret Service did a very sloppy job. So, let's get into the Secret Service of it all. Let me share with you who's in charge of the Secret Service. Does anyone who know who's in charge of the Secret Service? I do. Let me share this information with you. Do you know who is responsible for making sure that the Secret Service are doing their jobs? Let's understand that the Secret Service under 45, 47, have stumbled the ball quite a few times. Now, Susy Wiles is responsible for making sure. There was a big brouhaha in Mar-a-Lago where the Secret Service was kind of lax and kind of let a little thing happen with someone getting a little too close and being in Mar-a-Lago. So there have been several instances. We know about the alleged attempts on Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania, and on that golf course. However, the Butler, Pennsylvania was at a rally, and the man who is over Secret Service now was not over Secret Service then. However, we do know that the man who is on stage with 45, 47 in Butler, Pennsylvania, who Trump says he saved my life, suddenly became the head of Secret Service. If you did not know, now you know. Let me share this story with you right quick. And Susy Wiles, his chief of staff, is responsible for the Secret Service, making sure who is in the Secret Service. Let me share this screen with you. Now, there's a lot of talk about Susy Wiles. Now, Susy Wiles was not at the Correspondents dinner because she is undergoing breast cancer treatment, but that's neither here nor there. This is Susy Wiles, the same Susy Wiles who came out and said that the Venezuela thing was all about oil, all about the United States getting oil. But nobody is making a big brouhaha about her telling the truth. If there was some shake up about, oh, she may get fired, she may lose her job behind that. No, Susy Wiles is a big a supporter of Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu. Susy Wiles has a very staunch agenda with pleasing Israel. So I don't think Susy Wiles is going anywhere. Susy Wiles has been in government for quite a while, and she has always been a pro-Israel Republican. So why do I want to tell you about Susy Wiles and her being over the Trump administration? Secret Service. White House Chief of Staff Susan Wiles is feeling the heat after yet another gunman came within feet of the President of the United States. Wiles, 68, was not in attendance at the White House Correspondents Association dinner on Saturday, where a gunman exchanged shots with Secret Service, but some critics are pointing to Wiles, who oversees the Secret Service, in her role for security lapses that put Donald Trump and top administration officials at risk. A former administration official told Real Clear Politics that Wiles, who is undergoing treatment for breast cancer, is to blame after allowing Secret Service Director Sean Curran to remain in his position despite numerous failures. So there's the rub. Sean Curran has been allowed to remain in his position despite numerous failures. So this is why they are putting it on Susy Wiles, because Susy Wiles is over making sure who is in charge of Secret Service. So why is Susy Wiles really not responsible for this? So they have thrown Susy Wiles' name out already. They said that the White House have knives out in the White House this morning, and there is a talk going on in the White House, and people are stabbing each other in the backs in the White House this morning while they are coming out and telling you, oh, everything's fine, that we were stupid enough to have four descending lines of power in one place when we know we are not supposed to. No, security did what it was supposed to do, says your personal attorney to 4547, Todd Blanche. Why? But what are they not saying about this man who is in charge of the Secret Service and remains in charge of the Secret Service? They're about to fire Cash, and he has nothing to do with this, the source told the outlet, referring to reports that Trump is considering ousting FBI Director Kash Patel. Susy oversees the Secret Service and its failure after failure after failure, and she got no blame, the source said. Others, however, have said that it wasn't Wiles, but Trump's own sons who advocated for Curran, who was sworn in on the president's second inauguration to land the top job. Did y'all know that? The guy, Trump, is going to get killed. Everyone will keep their jobs, the former official told the outlet. The White House spokesperson, Davis Engel, told the Daily Beast that the president continues to have confidence in the United States Secret Service and all of the top law enforcement personnel, as the president mentioned last night. There have been these brave men and women took swift action and quickly neutralized the perpetrator who sought to seek harm on the president and other top officials, Engel continued. Curran was one of the agents assigned to Trump's detail on July 13, 2024, when critical security lapses allowed a would-be assassin to open fire on Trump at a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. The gunman, 20-year-old Thomas Crooks, who also was in a BlackRock commercial, as I showed you at the time of this alleged assassination attempt. Thomas Crook killed one person, severely injured two others, and left the president's ear bloodied. the ear bloody. Now, you see this guy in the glasses right here? This is the guy who is reported to be the head of the Secret Service agent. The head of the Secret Service. This guy at this failure rally. Now, if this guy was in charge, did such a great job, why was his ear left bloodied? Hmm? If he did such a great job, why were so many people in the audience calling regular police officers and pointing to the roof and telling them that someone had ran up on the roof and nothing had been done? Huh? If this guy was so great, was he great at doing his job or great for making sure that nothing was done? That the plot went off without a hitch? Hmm? What was he great at? What was he great at? Okay. The incident, Curran has said, led the agency to take many steps to ensure such an event can never be repeated in the future. Oh, really? What happened Saturday night? Yet in hours after a gunman stormed the Washington Hilton on Saturday, attendees are calling out a security fiasco at the annual event. To get down from my room to the dinner, I simply flashed my ticket. It could have been a photocopy, wrote Daily Beast executive editor Hugh Daughtry, who was present when the chaos unfolded. The only time I went past a checkpoint was at the magnetometers that Cole Allen 31 sprinted past with his gun. Curran, whose career in law enforcement has spanned more than 2 decades, defended the security setup at the venue, pointing to the apprehension of the gunman as proof that our multi-layered protection works. Now, you hear the people in the event said that there was no layers, there were no multi-layers of protection. This is just bullshit. The gunman attempt to storm the ballroom where Trump had been seated at the dais alongside Melania. 5 to 8 shots were fired, CBS reported, as Trump fans and several cabinet officials were escorted out. Attorney General Todd Blanche told NBC's Meet the Press on Sunday that officials believe the suspect, identified by reporters as 31-year-old Cole Thompson Allen, was targeting administration officials. Jeffrey Carroll, interim chief of the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department, said that the suspect was armed with a shotgun, handgun, and multiple knives. Allen will be charged with 1 count each of using a firearm during a crime of violence and assault on a federal officer using dangerous weapons. The White House, which did not immediately respond to requests for comment, has used the security lapse to push for Trump's highly contested $400 million White House ballroom. Nothing could be allowed to interfere with its construction, which is on budget and substantially ahead of schedule, Trump wrote in Sunday Truth Live. This event could never have happened with the militarily top secret ballroom. So there's that story. If you did not know that the Beavis and Buttheads were instrumental in making sure this man right here facing the camera to the right of Donald Trump is the head of Secret Service, as he has had many failures. He remains head of Secret Service. If you did not know that, I am going to put this link in my description box under I'm gonna put this link in my description box under Secret Service. How about that? if you are unaware, I just wanted you to be aware. Let's see where the chips fall. Now, I also wanted to talk to you about Cole Allen. There has been some interesting. Cole Allen is a 31-year-old teacher. He has a engineering a degree. He has an engineering degree from Caltech, one of the most strenuous places to get a engineering degree from. He also has a, is it an IT degree? I forget. I don't hold me. He also has a higher degree from Dominguez Hills College. Now, he also in 2014 did a internship at JPL Jet Propulsion Laboratories, a part of NASA. JPL is a a big thing to get to work or to internship at JPL. Now, there is something about a connection with someone named Sanchez or Martinez, who is one of the scientists who, strangely enough, disappeared. There are, you remember last week that there are 12 or 13 11 or 12 scientists who have wound up dead or are missing. And these scientists worked in a particular area of scientific research. So there is some connection with this Martinez guy and the shooter because during his internship at JPL, Martinez was working on something as well at JPL, and it was during his internship that Martinez co-authored a paper about some things that they say that our shooter was very knowledgeable about. So I cannot figure out what they are trying to say about their connection. I don't know if they're trying to say that this information that this professional that this Martinez guy got printed was actually stolen work from the shooter. But let's find out a little more about the shooter via my one of my favorites, Ken Klippenstein, who does great research. And so let's find out more about the shooter. We know that we have heard a lot of disjointed stories. There is a story that allegedly before 10 minutes before he went on his rampage that he wrote a manifesto and sent it to his family 10 minutes before the shooting, apologizing to all of the people who had to handle his baggage on the train, apologizing to his family, and allegedly this manifesto reads similar to the manifesto or the discourse note that Tyler Robinson was attributed, and the text message that were attributed to Tyler Robinson. They said that this manifesto has eerily similarities to Tyler Robinson's text message and Discord notes. So there's that. So a lot of people do not believe that Tyler Robinson wrote those text messages with "my dear love" and the vehicle and all of these things, as they don't believe a lot of the Discord things that have been attributed to Tyler Robinson are actually Tyler Robinson. And in the Tyler Robinson case, the DOJ has not given up the discovery that they plan to use to convict Tyler Robinson to the defense. The defense is having to go through a whole lot of rigmarole because the DOJ refuses to release evidence that the defense is legally able to examine and to question, to be able to throw out evidence, to appeal to a judge, to make rulings on evidence before this evidence can be entered into the trial. They call that discovery. You are allowed to review the discovery and have shit thrown out before it gets in front of the public and this big public opinion, and before it gets out into the public in front of the jury, and then it gets thrown out at the jury level when the jury has already heard the information. So the information is already implanted into the jury's mind, even though this information could be thrown out. So that's why they want to get the discovery that your Department of Justice is withholding from them. So let me go to Ken Klippenstein, and let's review what Ken Klippenstein has discovered about the alleged shooter in this Washington, D.C. case. Now, I see a couple of people have some comments. I thank you all for coming in. Please hit the like button, double tap your screen. If Choreo lover, it is so good to see you. I love MAGA is in disarray. God help us. Let me see. They have bots and drones are following our every move. They think we're slow, but we are well aware of their illegal surveillance. But why is she in charge of Secret Service though? That is her job as the. That is her job in the position that she has as his. What is she again? That is her job. I am wondering if this was a real attempt. A lot of us are wondering, Choreo lover. A lot of us are wondering if this is just an attempt to get us not to talk about the fact that your president said that there was going to be negotiations between Iran and Iran after he announced those alleged negotiations that had been agreed upon. Iran left Pakistan, and Iran said that they had never agreed to have any negotiations. What are you going to do with it? What are you going to do with it? Hey, Queenie, what are you going to do with it, hard rocker? Hey, Queenie, good to see you. Okay. Okay, so let's see what Ken Klippenstein has discovered about. Now, they're saying that he also now, this is what's strange to me. Now, he's biracial. One of the things that he said in his manifesto himself said, well, if you're a black man, this isn't your fight or something. And he said that he was of mixed race or something to that degree. Now, I'm gonna play his manifesto, and I am also going to question some of the things that are reported that his sister allegedly told investigators. They are alleging that his sister said that he purchased the guns and named the store of where he purchased the guns. And why I find it odd that she would name this store. It's not like he bought it from Dick's Sporting Goods or anything like that. This is some small local gun shop in California. And from what I'm getting, his sister lives near the family home, which is closer to Washington, D.C. So how would she know that he purchased these guns at the named store? She named the store of the small gun shop where he purchased the gun. And she said that he stored the guns secretly in her parents' garage, but her parents don't live in California. And she also said that he regularly went to shooting ranges to practice with these guns. But he lives in Torrance, California. I'm really confused on that. Now, in the manifesto, he apologized to his students for saying that he had an emergency. He apologized to uh, uh, his school about lying to say that he had a interview somewhere else. So it doesn't appear to be like he has missed any time for his sister to be able to say that he went to a gun range frequently to practice. He apologized to his colleagues for saying that I have a job interview that I'm going to, and took time off of work to go to DC to allegedly commit this said act on Saturday. So there is also there's one more thing about what the sister allegedly said. I can't imagine that this sister gave up all of this type of information. Thank you for becoming a new member, Choreo. I appreciate your support. I cannot believe that the sister would give up this type of information to the DOJ. For what reason? I don't understand any of that. But these are the allegations. Now, let's read what Ken Klippenstein has to say about the DC shooter. The reason why I recommend Ken Klippenstein, because Ken Klippenstein usually always comes with facts and receipts. Cole Allen was never flagged by the FBI's sprawling domestic counterterrorism apparatus. Now, there's one more thing that I want to share with you before I read this. Clint Klippenstein is talking about his counterterrorism apparatus. Ken Klippenstein is the one who has given you information and the receipts about this sprawling counterterrorism apparatus. If you want to understand what this apparatus is, there has been a response. There has been a accusations from the sister that says that he was he was acting anti-Christian. There were points attributed to his system to him from his sister that marked every mark on this NSPM7 apparatus that your government has put in place to deem you to be a domestic terrorist. They are saying that they got this information directly. I may have to play. I think it came from the Midas Touch, that directly correlates with things on NSPM7 that they are reporting that they got from his sister. If you do not know what NSPM7, it is something that has been put in place to deem American citizens as domestic terrorists, able to arrest you for pre-crimes, things that you have not crimes that you have not committed as of yet. We have talked about this thoroughly in this sector on my channel. Go over to Ken Klippenstein's Substack to get the information. I'm gonna drop his Substack actually in my description box and on this link. So understand that this has been thoroughly vetted with receipts, with information, memos, and everything from your government agencies. Now, here's Cole Allen. This is the alleged shooter. Cole Allen has never been flagged by the FBI's sprawling domestic counterterrorism apparatus, sources including a senior FBI official tell me. The 31-year-old alleged gunman who attempted to penetrate the White House Correspondents' Dinner on Saturday was by all appearances a normal guy until he wasn't. Allen himself was reportedly stunned by what he called the insane lack of security at the Washington Hilton. Allen himself was reportedly stunned by what he called the insane lack of security at the Washington Hilton, a venue that has hosted the dinner for decades and was the site of the attempted Ronald Reagan's life in 1981. Video shows that after the guests were seated, the Secret Service agents and D.C. Metropolitan security people were just shooting the shit as Allen ran by. Now, rumors are already swirling that Allen is some anti-Christian zealot aided by a network of left-wing compatriots. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche says the FBI is looking into whether Allen was operating alone, but they said he was operating alone. But now all of a sudden, they need to make him a part of some type of cell, some type of a domestic terrorist cell, because understand that they want to convict American citizens who protested. One of the things his sister allegedly said that he was anti-Christian, and he went to a Stop the King rally. Yeah, these things are equated to what his sister said about him. Okay. Now they told you, oh, he was some lone nut job. He was some nut job. No, he's actually an engineer. Okay, so you got this from Trump saying that he's a nut job. He's a lone nut job who did this. Now rumors are already swirling that Allen is some anti-Christian zealot aided by a network of left-wing compatriots. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche says the FBI is looking into whether Allen was operating alone. But who was he exactly? And what does he represent? The answers drawn from a copy of his resume I obtained and interviews with people who knew him is unsettling in its ordinariness. He's an ordinary guy. Allen graduated from Caltech in 2017. The Pasadena STEM powerhouse behind the 24 Nobel laureates and NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory with a mechanical engineering degree. He now this is who your president calls a nut job, and we know who the nut job is. With a mechanical engineering degree, he went to work for IJK Controls LLC, a small Southern California engineering firm where he worked on the kind of precision hardware that keeps cameras and sensors stable on moving platforms. The technology used in drones, satellite, and military targeting systems, as well as software for beaming data between devices using laser beams instead of radio waves. Before Caltech, he interned at a biomedical startup designing 3D printed castings for medical devices and building these specialized clamps and fixtures used to attack electrodes during manufacturing. He also made video games, not modded existing ones, but built them from the ground up. He most notably, his most notable project, Boredom, was entirely his own. The underlying physics systems that govern how objects moved and collided, 750 original graphics, and a score he composed himself. The former classmate said this feat wasn't uncommon at tech-savvy Caltech, where seniors often build elaborate puzzle games for underclassmen, a tradition called Ditch Day. Ditch Day stat. Allen, by all accounts, threw himself into that endeavor. He seemed proud of it, one former classmate told me. The Allen classmate described was studious, devout, and polite. He was pretty prominent at the Caltech Christian Fellowship. One acquaintance and former classmate told me pretty Christian and mellow. So they are telling you that his sister said that he was very anti-Christian. Pretty Christian and mellow. If I didn't see his face eating carpet, I wouldn't have believed it, he added, referring to the photo of Allen on the ground after police officer finally subdued him. This is the picture that they speak of. That detail, his faith, flies in the face of how President Trump has characterized the attack. When you read his manifesto, he hates Christians. Trump told Fox News he hates Christians, a hatred. So why is your president telling you this? Why is your president telling you this? I'm sure Ken is going to tell you why your president is telling you this. A blizzard of unnamed administration officials echoed this Trump claim in major media outlets. But that is not what the manifesto said. If anything, it appears that Trump's portrayal of himself as Jesus Christ, the AI-generated image of a robed Trump healing the sick, might have provoked Allen. Also, an alleged copy of his manifesto reported by the New York Post shows Allen invoked Christian theology to defend the shooting, working through gospel passages one by one, like someone who has spent real time with the Bible, unlike Trump. In a section of the manifesto titled Rebuttals to Objection, the first rebuttal addresses the gospel injection, in turn the other cheek, a teaching from the Sermon on the Mount in Matthew 5:38 through 5:39, where Jesus instructs his fellows not to retaliate against personal wrongs done to them. Allen reframes it as a inapplicable when others are the ones suffering. Object 1. As a Christian, you should turn the other cheek. Rebuttal. Turning the other cheek is for when you yourself are oppressed. I am not the person raped in a detention camp. I am not the fisherman executed without trial. I am not a school kid blown up, or a child starved, or a teenage girl abused by the many criminals in this administration. Turning the other cheek when someone else is oppressed is not Christian behavior. It is complicity in the oppressor's crime. Okay? Are we clear? Are we clear? Turning the other cheek when you are seeing what this administration is doing to people is being complicit in the crime. Then he addressed the render unto Caesar, a phrase from the Synoptic Gospel, Matthew 22:21, Mark 12:17, and Luke 20:25, in which Jesus was asked whether Jews should pay taxes to Rome. Replies that one should give to Caesar what is Caesar's, and to God what is God. The passage has been cited for centuries to argue for deference to political authority. Allen disputes that framing on constitutional grounds. Object 5. Yield unto Caesar what is Caesar's. Rebuttal. The United States of America are ruled by the law, not by any one or several people in so as far the representatives and judges do not follow the law. No one is required to yield them anything so unlawfully ordered. Oh, okay. They don't follow the law, so how are they going to put law upon other people? Is what he's saying. When these people don't follow the law, so who are you to say what is unlawful? Unlawful when you don't acknowledge your unlawfulness. So why should I yield to you telling me what is unlawful for me when you don't see anything unlawful in the shit that you're doing? You got that? Are we clear on that? A third reference to religion appears in a brief thank you to his church. Thank you to my family, both personal and church, for your love over these 31 years. But they want you to believe that this man hate Christians because they want to tell you that this is a domestic terrorist under their MSPM7. Let's be real clear. Why they are emphasizing this point. Okay. Thank you, Ken Klippenstein, for breaking this down. Where am I? Allen reported Blue Sky social media. Allen's reported Blue Sky social media account also contains repeated references to the Christianity, including one from earlier this month in which identifies the Protestant and repeated comparisons of Trump to the Antichrist. So they have reported his Blue Skies account. It appears. So let me find my marker. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. I can't find my little marker. Here we go. Here it is. Okay. Allen's reported Blue Sky social media account also contains repeated references to Christianity, including one from earlier this month, which he identifies as a Protestant, and repeated comparisons of Trump to the Antichrist. On April 13th, in response to the Trump in Jesus image, Allen replied, quoting a verse from the Revelations about the Antichrist that now reads like a foreshadowing. He said, "There will be no rest day or night for those who worship the beast and its image, for anyone who receives the mark of its name." Perhaps the sharpest irony comes from a story former classmates shared with me. Hold on. Okay. Allen was once a president of Caltech's Nerf Club, a role he apparently took seriously enough to butt heads with the club's own culture. He pushed back against what he saw was the militarization of the toy guns, members modifying them to be more powerful and painting them to look more like real weapons. Worked closely with campus security and by former classmate accounts, de-escalated conflicts with a deftness that genuinely impressed people. In other words, the same person who once fought to keep Nerf guns from looking too much like real weapons allegedly drove across country with a sawed-off shotgun and handgun per NBC, intending to kill the president. This is a shock. Someone else who knew him said, "He seems extremely smart from the small conversations I've had with him." So what happened? From Luigi Mangione to Cole Allen, these shooters aren't the antisocial loners of media imagery, imagination. They are smart, well liked, often idealistic. They have no prior criminal records. They take a pains to avoid bystander casualties, as Allen reportedly did, but they share one conviction that the political system has failed completely and someone has to act. I don't see anyone else picking up the slack, Allen manifesto read. Trump's comments on Allen's hatred of Christianity, however inaccurate, echoes the language of his National Security Directive, NSPM 7, which labeled anti-Christianity as an indicator of domestic terrorism. I'm going to click this link so you can see it for yourself. We will go back to this because this is what I want you to see. This. Oh, okay. Let me make sure I'm showing it. Yes, I am showing it. If you, this was also reported on Ken Klippenstein's Substack. This was reported way back in September of last year. Trump's NSPN 7 labels common beliefs as terrorism indicators. If you did not read this story as many times, Leonard will tell you the numbers of times I have tried to alert my people about this NSPM 7. Go back. I'm going to drop this specific NSPM 7 link in the chat right now. So you can go back and peruse this page. NSPM 7. And I am also going to drop Ken Klippenstein's story that I am reading and this NSPM 7 in my description box. If you are unaware of this, you may want to make yourself aware of this because the things that your president want to be able to deem you as a domestic terrorist also includes things crimes that you have not committed. The simple fact that they can identify you as something as we're going to go through the things that they can deem you as, these vague things that they want to say that will connect you to being a domestic terrorist. Okay, within the mainstream media, distracted with made-for-TV dramas of with the James Comey indictment, Trump has signed a little-noticed national security directive identifying anti-Christian and anti-American views as indicators of radical left violence, called National Security Presidential Memorandum 7. It's being referred to as NSPM 7 by administrator insiders. This is the first time in Americans' history that there is an all-of-government effort to dismantle left-wing terrorism, Trump Homeland Security Advisor Stephen Miller said, referring to the issuance. The same Stephen Miller that was hiding behind his pregnant wife when there was alleged shooting outside the ballroom that he was in. So let's see. Here is the actual NSPM 7 oh God. I don't want this. What is this ad? Yeah, I got a big ad. I don't want this ad. How do I get rid of this ad? Oh God. Let me refresh and see if this ad will go away. He's begging you to join. Okay, let's see. It links you to the let's go to the exact paperwork of this NSPM7. Here we go, right here. What is it called? Countering Domestic Terrorism and Organized Political Violence. This is what your president signed into act. Let me see. National Security Presidential Memorandum 7. Memorandum for the Secretary of State, the Secretary of the Treasury, the Attorney General, the Secretary of Homeland Security. Subject: Countering domestic terrorism and organized political violence. You can read it all here. Can we get to the points that they are saying? The JTFF shall investigate potential federal crimes relating to acts of recruiting or radicalizing persons for the purpose of political violence, terrorism, conspiracy against rights, or the violent deprivation of any citizen's rights. The JTTF shall also investigate the institutional and individual funds of offices and employees or organizations that are responsible for, sponsor, or otherwise aid and abet the principal actors engaging in the criminal conduct described in subsections A and B of this section, and non-governmental organizations and American citizens residing abroad or with close ties to foreign governments, agents, citizens, foundations, or influence networks engaged in violation of the Foreign Agents Registration Act. Let me see. Where do I want? This is the whole memorandum. I want to get to the points. The blunt points right here. This is in my description box as under NSPM7. You can read that for yourself. NSPM. You may want to understand what your government has in store for you. A whole lot of vagueness to determine that they want to call you a domestic terrorist. So let's get back to the Ken Klippenstein version of what we were examining. Ken Klippenstein put it straightforward. I want to find that. I've never reviewed. Yes, I did review that. I reviewed it on my channel. Let me see. That's when they were saying everything was Antifa. Let me see. Here we go. It is hard to overstate. What do they say? It is hard to overstate how much different NSPM7 is from over 200 executive orders. Let me see. Where are they? NSPM7 countered domestic terrorism and organized political violence. President Trump directs the Justice Department, the FBI, and other national security agencies and departments to fight his version of political violence in America, retooling a network of joint terrorist task force to focus on leftist political violence in America. This vast counterterrorism army made up of federal, state, and local agents would, as Trump aide Stephen Miller said, from the central hub of that effort. NSPM7 directs a new national strategy to disrupt any individual groups that foment political violence, including before they result in violent political acts. In other words, they are targeting pre-crimes to reference the movie The Majority Report. If any of you have seen the movie Majority Report, that movie actually showed agents going out and arresting people who had not committed crime because based upon their intelligence, they were more than likely someone who would commit a crime. We are in that era. If you have not watched the Majority Report, Choreo Lover, if you have not watched the Majority Report, go watch the Majority Report. NSPM 7 directs new national strategy to disrupt or to disrupt any individual or groups that foment political violence, including before they result in violent political acts. The Trump administration is not only targeting organizations or groups, but even individuals and entities whom the NSPM 7 said can be identified by any of the following indicators of violence. Okay, this is what I wanted. Now, why do you think that they are keep saying that this guy was so anti-Christian? The Trump administration isn't only targeting organization or groups, but even individuals and enemies entities whom the NSPM 7 says can be identified by any of the following indicators of violence. What is number one? Being anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, anti-Christianity, support for the overflow of the United States government, extremism on migration, extremism on race, as they ignore all the white nationalist extremism on race. No, you can be a white nationalist and have extremism on race. You think they gonna bother them people? They took them off the terrorist watch list. You think the extremism on race applies to a white nationalist? No, it doesn't. Okay. Listen. Extremism on race, extremism on gender. If you are too accepting of a transgender, if you have what they call extremism on gender, if you are a transgender, if you support a transgender, that is going to be determined to be a crime which you can be arrested for if you don't even commit a crime. It's not like you sleeping with a transgender. You share. You may have a transgender person who is a friend on social media. So therefore, if you're accepting enough to repost a post that they wrote about a funny donkey or something, you can be considered to be extremism, have extremism on gender, hostility toward those who hold traditional American views on family. If you are hostile to people who hold traditional American views on family, you can be deemed to be a domestic terrorist. But the question I want to know is, what in the fuck are traditional American views on family? Yeah, it is traditional American views on family having your side bitch pregnant while you still married to your first wife, or having your side bitch pregnant while you still married to your second wife, or having your third wife pregnant while you out screwing a porn star. Are those traditional views on American family? I'm very curious. Huh? Is that what we? Is that what is that? And who will be beholden to whatever these vague traditional American views on family are? Do you think that 45, 47 will be jailed for having hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on family? Okay, hostility to those who hold traditional American views on religion. What are traditional American uh, views on religion? Because we know that this country was built where people can be free to practice whatever religion they choose or no religion at all. So this is actually in a law that they can use to say that you do not have traditional American views on religion. So what if you're Muslim? You heard them saying he's anti-Christian, he's anti-Christian, he's anti-Christian. You hear him say Barack Hussein Obama, like his Muslim name Hussein itself, just by saying his Muslim middle name is a crime. So would that be hostile towards those who hold traditional American views on religion when he says Barack Hussein Obama's name like it's a crime? I'm asking. Okay, and hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on morality. So, the Pam Bondi, the Pam Bimbo, and now Taj Blanche, DOJ, with Cockeye Patel, is going to deem who should be arrested on pre-crime based on their views on traditional American views on morality, when they have, in my opinion, no morality themselves. So they're going to judge you and your morality. Let me put this under Ken Klippenstein in my description box, so you can view. If you don't review anything else in my description box, please review this. This is under. Well, I'm going to put this under NSPM7 as well, because this is where Ken Klippenstein is talking about NSPM7. So there are two clips under my description box under NSPM7 that you should be aware of. So let's go back to our original article about the shooter in D.C. Trump's comments on Allen's hatred of Christianity, however inaccurate, echoes the language of his NSPN7 directive, which labels anti-Christianity as an indicator of domestic terrorism. Now, are we clear on that? Okay, we're clear on that. That view will triumph regardless of the facts, and the FBI and the intelligence agency will be tasked to find out more about the supposed anti-Christian threat. The law enforcement agency will request more money for security screening and for surveillance, and they will get it. Okay, so let's go further. Where are we? Let's go further. Let me see. Okay, the only question is if anyone would ask why increasingly normal people feel the political system is so unresponsive to their concerns that they resort to violence. So if you're not a member or you do not read Ken Klippenstein, go over there and check him out. He is in my description box. I'm going to also put this story under NSPM7 because the details on this shooter sure seems like they will be trying to deem him as a domestic terrorism because of the number of times that they are saying that he is anti-Christian. So it seems like that is the agenda for him. So let me get to some of the other things, because I definitely I definitely want to talk about some of the things that are going on regarding this and other things. Let me see. Let me start from the bottom and we'll go to the top. Uh, let's get on with this Laura Looney. The racism is out front. Remember, this is one of Trump's top advisors who he talked to after the Iran war strike. So let's see what your president talked to, who he talked to after he struck in Iran. Laura Looney.
Ms. Owens, a nappy-headed B-word. Laura Loomer calls Candace Owens a nappy-headed B-word.
No, she didn't call her a nappy-headed B-word. She called her a nappy-headed bitch. She now I am not a Candace Owens fan by far. Candace Owens snuggled up to these white right wing people and ignored her own people, and now she's getting the retribution of what I'm sure Candace Owens has heard them say about other people, other black people. Now it's coming her way. I just want you to see that these people are saying this shit out loud. Where do you get calling a black woman ghetto and a nappy-headed black bitch if you didn't have that racial animus inside you in the first place? Now, this is Laura Looney getting off the plane where she escorted 47 on his second debate, or his either first or second debate against Joe Biden. So understand that this is a close advisor to your president. Have you heard your president say anything about this bitch being anti-American? Huh? Have you heard? Do you think that she will be arrested for any of the shit that is in the NSPM 7? Obviously, she can't be a Christian talking this way. Let's continue.
Here's the background.
And for some reason, there's a lot of people that are really afraid of this nappy-headed black bitch who just has a lot to say, but not really a lot to offer. So I'm not afraid of Candace Owens, and I'm happy to match her energy. I'm happy to wrestle in the mud with that bitch. And
Wrestle in the mud, you say? According to Candace Owens, Laura Loomer has been sexually assaulting young men at a serial level. Here's the accusation. Here it is.
Laura Loomer is also a malignant sexual predator and has been repeatedly accused since the beginning of her career of raping and sexually assaulting men. That is not a typical thing that men come out with, that men come out and say, a woman sexually assaulted me, right? Take, for example, Alan Jacoby. This happened just last week, 10 days ago. Laura Loomer is a sexual predator psychopath. I was, in fact, a victim of her wrath. Loomer and I spent the day with President Trump at Bedminster watching the golf tournament from the president's box. She asked me several times for a selfie. As you can see, that lean line does not lie. She constantly got uncomfortably close to me. She groped me in the parking lot, grabbing my crotch very aggressively and demanding that I come back to her New York City hotel room to engage in some vile, descriptive sexual activities. She's an absolute psychopath who preys on men who she thinks that she can manipulate. She's a menace to society. There's a video, if it has been going viral many times, of Laura trying to seduce a young man who is clearly uncomfortable on camera. Take a look at this.
Your hair and your eyes look so good. You're like beautiful.
Thank you.
Like an Aryan degenerate goddess.
Thank you.
I love it.
Thank you. You're Aryan too.
I know, but I'm
like an Aryan degenerate goddess. Now, understand that Candace Owens is also reporting that Laura Loomer is not Jewish. Now, Laura Loomer has been out here with the I'm Jewish too rhetoric and support Israel rhetoric. And this is the first time that I'm hearing from Candace Owens that in fact Laura Loomer is a fake Jew. It's faking her Jewish religion.
Jewish.
It's okay.
Because you're such a cutie.
Don't mess my hair.
Don't touch me, bitch. The reason I said that is because she said he looks like a Aryan something something, and he said you do too, an Aryan degenerate goddess, and he said you do too, and then she thought she could run her fingers through his hair. He said, "Don't mess my hair up."
Thank you.
I love it.
Thank you. You're
I guess and mess his hair up. He wanted she wanted his hair to look like her messed up hair.
too.
I know, but I'm Jewish.
It's okay.
Because you're such a cutie.
Don't mess my hair. God.
I'm gonna tell you a secret. Like, do you know so many people in this movement who preach trad life are like people on the side and like cheating on their partners? Like,
That's so bad.
Like, they're not even like really trad life. Like,
Milo Yiannopoulos similarly described, and again, he published this, her repeated assault on a young Brazilian man who worked on her campaign.
Now, she's at a Republican function talking about, so many people are present themselves as trad wives and they're all cheating on their partner. Which, like, we don't know that. Like, we don't know that.
Well, I distanced myself because she used to force herself on young male volunteers, 20, 21-year-olds. She would climb into bed with these volunteers and them off in the middle of the night. So
She would climb in bed with young volunteers, 20 and 21 years old, and she would suck them off, says one of her former friends. He said it. I didn't say it. But she has further gone on and to tell Candace Owens that no one loves her, that she said it. I don't know Candace Owens' story. I do know that she sued either her high school or a college for discrimination, and she used the NAACP to do it, and then turned her black ass around and said that the NAACP is some vile organization after she used them to win money from being discriminated against. That's what I know about Candace Owens. But Laura Loomer seems to think that Candace Owens' family left her by herself when she was 14 years old to fend for herself. I've never heard that story. But like I say, I'm not into Candace Owens. So let's continue.
Accusations are disturbing, obviously. Laura Loomer responds, as you heard, by calling Candace Owens the messenger of the allegations, a nappy-headed black B-word. Now, we know Laura Loomer is racist. And by the way, there was also a rumor that she was Donald Trump's side piece. You can find that online as well. And the war of words continued. Here it is.
Now, that would explain something. If she was Donald Trump's side piece, and she would find herself in bed with these young 20 and 21-year-old and sucking them off, can you imagine her getting into bed with a diapered 78, 79-year-old and having to clean the creamy boo-boo off his nuts to suck him off? Can you imagine how much sucking she would have to do to suck off this 78-year-old dude? No wonder her face and her cheeks are so huge and just extremely huge from all of the sucking she must have to do. No wonder why her lips are so plump as a black like a black woman. You know, these black insults she wants to hurl on Candace Owens as she go get all of these lip injections, trying to get her lips to look like a natural black woman. Maybe it's not injection. Maybe it's sucking off a 78, 79-year-old piece of peen that got her lips so plump? I'm just curious. No, I'm not that curious. Let's go.
Not even Jewish. Her entire identity as being a feisty Jewess is something that she made up around 2019. She told me that she was not Jewish. She told multiple people that she is not Jewish. Her mother is a woman named Joanne Singe.
Candace Owens is a liar, okay? And she's a deeply insecure woman who is very unloved at the end of the day. This is a woman who is allegedly in a relationship with a gay man.
She was not raised in temple. She was not bat mitzvahs. She just decided that it was politically expedient to pretend that she was Jewish. She only learned how to draw a Star of David a couple of years ago when she was running for Congress.
Milo is scheduled to have a deportation hearing in 2028, and people are working to get that expedited because he is, like I said before, here illegally. So all of a sudden, Milo went from being like super anti-Candace. He goes around telling people that he allegedly had anal sex with Candace Owens' husband.
Her goal is to harm people psychologically by lying, just by lying openly all the time. And I want you to know that in her own words, she has admitted to her addiction, which she has described as cocaine-like, to Spectator, because she'll say, "Oh, it doesn't matter. This person's lying." Take Laura in her own words.
And she always just wanted to have like a white husband and be like, you know, married to like a established white man. And she used to tell me like, "Oh, I don't date black men."
Makes suicidal threats, and there is an aspect of her that feels very homicidal. I'm not being funny. I'm not trying to be ironic when I say that this is a person who should not have access to the president of the United States.
But she's not who she makes herself out to be. This is a girl that used to talk about like, you know, how she would walk into clubs and bars and steal like the white athletic guy from the white blonde girl just to show her that, oh, you know, I can take your man. I can take your man, bitch. Like very ghetto behavior.
And because we can look at her.
I can take your man, bitch. That's ghetto behavior. So it would not be ghetto behavior as you are trying to smooth with someone who looks like an Aryan goddess or god. You said goddess. You said he looked like an Aryan goddess. So it would not be ghetto behavior when these white trad wife, as you whispered in his ear, try to pretend like they're all trad wife and they're sleeping around with everybody and everybody's husband. So that's it. But that's not ghetto. But if Candace Owens goes into a club and picks up someone else's boyfriend, that's not the boyfriend's fault. That's the fault that she's ghetto. Oh, okay. I get it now. You're a racist bitch.
To understand the erraticism of Donald Trump, our president. He doesn't seem like the same person. He seems as though he has been possessed. That's his top advisor. According to her, multiple times a day, she speaks to him on the phone. One of the first phone calls he made after attacking Iran was to Laura Loomer.
This is a girl whose parents gave up on her at a very young age, and she is not loved. And as I said, God hates you, Candace. God hates you. Your husband hates you. Humanity hates you. Everybody who loved Charlie Kirk hates you. Your children are 100% going to hate you. And if what Milo is saying about your husband allegedly getting plunged in the ass by other men is true, your husband, the person that you're supposed to grow old and died with, hates you, Candace.
The manner in which you attack children, like she wants my children to suffer, as she said yesterday. She wants my children to suffer and live on the streets because she doesn't like that I'm against what Israel is doing. She's attacking my lawyers. She's attacking my in-laws. That is the kind of person who is dangerous to themselves and to others.
Whoa. MAGA on MAGA crime is serious.
Let them fight. Let them fight. As Reese Waters says, let them fight. No crocodiles here. Just popcorn and laughter. That's all I got to give to these two. Popcorn and laughter. Just in case you guys didn't know, I'm gonna put this in my description box. And the thing that I noticed that even though Rashid Richie is on TYT Network, I saw the Anna Kasparian angle on this. This is under Let Them Fight. I saw Anna Kasparian talk about this, and I found it odd that she, in my opinion, of what I couldn't even watch the whole segment. She excluded all of the obvious racism that was spewed by Laura Looney, but she inserted herself and her experience in with Laura Looney. And the point that I want to show you in this is someone who has the ear of the president by going after people's neighbors just because
Laura Loomer is growing
just because she happened to hear someone mention my neighbor Glenn or whatever, and she docks down this neighbor and start harassing this woman's neighbor. But I think that the problem that I have with this reporting on TYT, she's not fighting with you, Anna. She's fighting with Candace. So less about you, bitch, and more about the real fight that's going on. So we're going to get into this one as well.
Increasingly unhinged. Now, back in March, she had posted the following on X before getting into a deeply embarrassing public fight with Candace Owens. This is what she posted. New. Qasem Soleimani's niece is living in the United States. She lives in Los Angeles, California. She should be deported. And then she proceeds to tag, DHS, Tom Homan, Kristi Noem, who doesn't serve in that role anymore because she's a freak. Mullen, Senator Mullen, you get Marco Rubio, you get the point. Okay. So I remember this. In fact, I remember the local news reports since I live in Los Angeles about how Soleimani's niece got arrested and has been sent to an ICE facility. And I was just like, who cares if it's Soleimani's dead. So that was the Iranian general that Trump assassinated in his first term. And can someone please explain to me, why is it acceptable for us to just wholesale nod at this idea of collective punishment? I reject it wholeheartedly. So first of all, the niece turned out to not be his niece. I'm going to get to all the details of that in just a second. But just for a minute, let's just assume that was actually Qasem Soleimani's niece living in Los Angeles, California. Did she do anything wrong? Has she engaged in any act of terror? Has she provided material support for terrorism? Anything at all? No, she has the same last name as Qasem Soleimani. So we're going to arrest her and throw her into an ICE facility. By the way, she was here legally. Okay, well, the plot thickens. Less than a month later, ICE arrested this woman a month after Laura Loomer's post. They actually arrested two women that they claimed were the niece and grandniece of Qasem Soleimani, per a statement from Secretary of State Marco Rubio, a complete clown and an embarrassment to the Cuban people. I say that as someone who's not Cuban, but I married one, so. Anyway, but he is an embarrassment, honestly, to the American people more than anything. Now, there's only one problem, being that, these claims appear to be entirely made up and false. So Dropsite News, they were so amazing. They looked into this. They did a little digging to see who are these women really? And do they actually have any connection to Qasem Soleimani, the Iranian military general that has been assassinated by Donald Trump? Okay, here's what they found. Two Iranian women remain in immigration detention, arrested earlier this month on accusations of being the niece and grandniece of Qasem Soleimani, despite no connection to the late Iranian military commander. Dropsite reviewed Iranian birth records, identification papers, a family will, and other personal documents and found no connection whatsoever to him or his extended family. One of the women is now seriously ill in a Texas facility. Her chronic blood condition left effectively untreated. Laura Loomer is a monster, okay? The outside matches the inside. Know that. She is an ugly human being, an ugly person who spends her entire life, I'm not exaggerating, she is on X, she's on social media all day, attempting to destroy the lives of innocent people. She is anti-American, okay? This is not what Americans spend their time doing. All she does, she's unhinged, she's a lunatic. And the president of the United States trusts this person. All she needed to do was hit up the administration about 2 women living in Los Angeles who happen to share a last name with Qasem Soleimani. And our dumbass government listens and actually follows through on arresting these poor women, throwing them in a facility, and they're still locked away for no reason, no wrongdoing whatsoever. Laura Loomer needs to be sued. Laura Loomer should be sued to bankruptcy. Every last dollar, bitch. Loomer likely echoed these fraudulent claims in an effort to champion the war in Iran, a war that she cheerled because anything for Israel, anything for Israel. Sacrifice American soldiers, anything for Israel. Throw America deeper and deeper into federal debt on behalf of Israel. Got to do it. Yes, please, please do it. She's satanic, man. These people, she's so unapologetic about all of it. Now, her stance on the war, among other things, have ignited a feud between herself and other conservative firebrands. By the way, I want to just one more comment about the 2 women who were wrongfully arrested and thrown into an ICE detention facility, into jail. One of them left Iran because she hated the regime and was a protester. So what's going to happen now? God, Laura Loomer is garbage. Now, as I said, her stance cheerleading this war in Iran, believe it or not, there are conservatives who disagree with it entirely, and Candace Owens happens to be one of them. So she has been viciously attacking Candace Owens, like whatever you might think about Candace Owens. The stuff that Laura Loomer is putting out there is so unhinged and disgusting. I remember one time I stupidly disclosed in a friendly interview, not with Laura Loomer, someone else, that I had a neighbor who, I had built a friendship with. He's much older. I stupidly said his name, and I said, like, we formed a friendship and we're, very close. And then I find out during an HOA meeting that he's, a huge Trump supporter. And I shared the story to make a point about how the way people vote should not be like an indictment of their character. It doesn't say anything about who they are as a full human being. Like, that was the point I was trying to make. For whatever reason, Laura Loomer got triggered by that. And she starts researching. She hit up my neighbor. She starts harassing my neighbor. She's a psycho bitch. Okay, so let's get back to the Candace Owens thing. Here's what she said about Candace Owens. And this affects.
You see how long it took her to get to Candace Owens? Oh, you see how long it took to get to the real news? Oh, this bitch right here.
Ended me, okay? God hates.
Now, she gave you all of the details about all of this other stuff that is unrelated to the Candace Owens Laura Looney news. She gave you all of the details about this, but watch the vagueness in the racism that this cunt gives about the racism that was exhibited against a Black woman.
To you, Candace Owens. It's why he gave Charlie to Erica and why you didn't even get to say goodbye to him. And then she repeats it again. God hates you. All right, that's enough. Who are you to speak on behalf of God? Like, who are you? Who are you? And to exploit the killing of her closest friend to take a dig at her makes you a really bad person. I mean, people do it to me all the time when it comes to Michael Brooks. And it's deplorable. It's gross behavior. And she expanded on this point, by the way, on her show. Unfortunately, we're going to.
I mean, people do it to me all the time when it comes to Michael Brooks. Bitch, no one knows who Michael Brooks is. This isn't about you. Keep up, bitch.
Take a listen.
And she's a deeply insecure woman who is very unloved at the end of the day. This is a woman who is allegedly in a relationship with a gay man who is always going to feel the rejection of her family, the rejection of her mother, the rejection of her family that she claims left her alone when she was 14 years old, right, to fend for herself. This is a girl whose parents gave up on her at a very young age, and she is not loved. And as I said, God hates you, Candace. God hates you. Your husband hates you. Humanity hates you. Everybody who loved Charlie Kirk hates you. Your children are 100% going to hate you.
Bitch, they got a soccer team full of kids. That doesn't look like hate to me. Looks like there's a lot of love going on in that household. But the only person who looks insecure right now is the one who has too much filler in her face. But she also insisted that Candace, who actually happens to be one of the most popular podcasters in this space, is hated. I mean, she said that Candace is hated in that last video, but I guess.
Okay, the link is in my description box. It took so long to get this. Now, I want to, before I share this with you, I want you to remember this photo that I showed to you as the MAGA crowd was so in fear of themselves that these are some of the posts that they were putting up. I want you to hear what this specific influencer wrote. This is after the shooting. She's taking a selfie with her lips pursed and her titties hanging down. And shooter at White House Correspondents' dinner. Shooter is dead. Thank you, Secret Service. The suit giving wrong information. So I want you to understand where it is that these coalitions of influence get their marching orders. Now, Elon Musk's little girlfriend, his baby mama, is going to come out, and the Elon Musk baby mama who had Tesla to come pick Tesla, who had Tesla to come pick up her car when they broke up because he refused to pay child support to her, so she had to sue him for child support. And then she made a big performance of having to sell the Tesla that he had purchased for her to take care of her child. You remember all of that I showed you on my channel when I was doing the news over 2 years ago, doing the news, the new thing that's called the news. You remember her. Now, she has come out and gave a full disclosure on how it worked in MAGA circles. What is her name? I forget her name. She came out and said that the MAGA influencers get their marching orders at one time. Here she is. Let's hear why all of these posts that are saying that the big, beautiful ballroom should now be created based upon what happened at a something that was not connected to government. Should let you know that the big, beautiful ballroom, what is her name? Everything in MAGA is fake, staged, and coordinated. What is her name? Ashley Mills or something like that? Let's get into this.
Is ex-MAGA, and she's doing us a favor by earned on him after he refused to pay child. No disgrace. This user Merrick said, I'll remind you that Ashley St. Clair recently confirmed for us.
Ashley St. Clair. Elon Musk, I'm pretty sure he could have another baby after Ashley came. Elon Musk, baby's mama, is dropping the tea. This will be in my description box under something.
That the administration does get all of these people in group chats and tells them exactly what to tweet. Now, Ashley St. Clair, if you don't know, is Elon Musk's fifth baby mama, who immediately turned on him after he refused to pay child support because the richest man on earth is still a cheap scumbag. Now, Ashley St. Clair is ex-MAGA, and she's
Laura Loomer is growing increasingly.
I apologize.
By now, I'm sure y'all know that the White House Correspondents' dinner did not go as planned.
All of MAGA is paid and they coordinate their messaging in lockstep via group.
Breaking down exactly what's going on with these posts.
So last week, I told you guys that all of MAGA is paid and they coordinate their messaging in lockstep via group chats. And what do you know? All of these people came to the conclusion that after they saw what happened at the White House Correspondents' dinner, their first thought was all independently, Trump needs his ballroom. The statistical likelihood of this happening in a vacuum, if we are to stipulate that these people are not coordinated, the statistical likelihood of this happening, that they all came to the same conclusion, not probable, okay? I think it's also important to note that one of the main group chats in which they coordinate this messaging is literally called Fight, Fight, Fight after the attempt on Trump's life in Butler. Okay, and this has the official Trump War Room, members of the administration, including James Blair, and all your favorite MAGA influencers. And I would log on and show you more of these messages, but I can't log on to Twitter because they're suing me for $75,000.
MAGA seems to be freaking out now that the conspiracy-brained lunacy that they started back in 2016 or whatever is coming back to bite them. The internet has flooded with people calling this whole event staged, and they're using MAGA's own words against them, like when Caroline Leavitt here said this before the dinner.
To rumble, is he not?
He is ready to rumble. I will tell you, this speech tonight will be classic Donald J. Trump. It'll be funny. It'll be entertaining. There will be some shots fired tonight in the room. So everyone should tune in. It's going to be really great. I'm looking forward to hearing it.
I love it all. And you wrote most of it, you said.
I can't take credit. In true Donald Trump fashion, the man puts his pen to the paper himself.
Not to mention this very strange moment on Fox News last night, where someone was speaking about Caroline Leavitt's husband.
How did I forget this portion? If you have not heard, how did I forget this portion? Caroline Leavitt's husband was sitting next to a Fox News reporter, and he leaned over to her and said, very seriously, said, I just want to make sure you're safe. He noticed her and told her how of a good job that she does in her news reporting, and seriously told her, I just want to make sure you're safe. And she is recalling the conversation with Fox News on the phone from the event. And then he said, I just want to seriously make sure you're safe. And she said he looked around and he said, because there are some, and then the phone line went dead. Fox News had nothing. And I wonder if Fox News has come back to this on the scene reporter and asked her, what was it that Caroline Leavitt's husband told you? So that's
an ominous warning before Fox cut them off.
I want to just quickly tell you, I was sitting next to Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary's husband. He was one of our guests. He was seated right next to me. And, right as the dinner was starting, the national anthem happened. And then he kind of leaned over and said, I watched you on TV. You do a great job. You need to be very safe. And he was just very serious when he said that to me. And he kind of looked around the room and he said, there are some.
Sounds like we lost Aisha's phone there. And this happens, by the way, especially when you have so many people attempting to utilize the same cell service at the.
This happens, by the way, when you have so many people trying to use cell service. This is a cell service. This is not a grinder at a Republican convention or anything like that, or a Turning Points USA convention. It does not usually get overwhelmed with cell service like Grindr does at Republican events. Now, I wonder if someone got back with Aisha and let her continue that thought. I will get back with you on tomorrow if I heard anything about Aisha. Well, but let's go to the beginning of this video because there is something that I want you to see about the chick showing her titties, what she had to say after the event, after she got her marching orders.
Was planned. MAGA was sure to add to the insanity before the situation had even ended. And once they got home, they immediately started with the propaganda to get Trump his precious little ballroom. But one ex-MAGA influencer and ex of Elon Musk revealed how coordinated this thing actually was. The internet is abuzz with conspiracies and chaos. So let's break down what's actually going on. Subscribe to Really American if you haven't already, and let's get into it. This woman here is Deborah Lee, and apparently she was at the Correspondents dinner as a MAGA influencer. And she ended up in some hot water because she posted herself doing this little duck face while no one knew what was going on. She tried to delete this, but the internet is forever. She said, "Shooter at White House Correspondents' Dinner. Shooter is dead," which is not true.
Now, the point of this whole situation is that this is a MAGA, quote unquote, influencers at the White House Correspondents' Dinner that is supposed to be full of the real media. This is the important part about this. And what she's putting out, trying to make a glamour shot, looking quite silly, is something that is not even factual. So this is who your president, Caroline Leavitt, make sure she always profiles someone in the press pool who's from MAGA and who's a YouTuber, and they want you to take these people seriously, but they seriously don't even know why they are in the room. A bunch of dummies. So let's continue.
Thank you, Secret Service. Praying emoji. Now, the interesting part about this is that she seems to have changed her tune when it comes to her love of the Secret Service. Now, she's saying that there was some sloppiness and not the kind that we usually see at this dinner.
Following up my video from yesterday talking about the lack of security at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, the manifesto from the shooter has now been released where he himself was shocked at the lack of security for the event at the hotel itself. He was a guest staying at the hotel, and I saw many hotel guests just walking through the lobby. They didn't have to show any identification, neither did I. Nobody checked my purse, and I was among some high-ranking individuals in the administration, in the news world. I've been to many events where President Trump's in attendance, and the security is normally very, very strict, especially at the White House. And for the president to be speaking at a hotel in Washington and there not to be the highest level of security is insane and should be investigated, because President Trump has already had multiple assassination attempts on his life.
You would think that everyone at the dinner would have been upset about, I don't know, rising gun violence maybe, but instead, these losers seem to have gotten their marching orders from on high. Trump immediately started yapping about getting his ballroom before midnight last night, and here is every MAGA moron saying the exact same thing within minutes of each other. This is why we need Trump's ballroom. We need a White House ballroom. Thank God President Trump is building a ballroom. It was all MAGA goons plus John Fetterman, the dino disgrace. This user Merrick said, "I'll remind you that Ashley St. Clair recently confirmed for us that the administration does get all of these people in group chats and tells them exactly what to tweet." Now, Ashley St. Clair, if you don't know, is Elon Musk's fifth baby mama, who immediately...
Okay, I just wanted you guys to see that. I just wanted you guys to understand all of this is coordinated. I heard about the Fox News reporter on Political Punk. I love him. Yes, if you haven't gone over to Political Punk, I wonder if they had the opportunity to re-interview her as of yet. I'm pretty sure they haven't. So there are a couple of more things that I do want to share with you. Now, this is Trump lying on 60 Minute about falling down. Now, as you as you listen to how he is degrading what is her name, Nora O'Donnell, by just making a quote from what is actually in the manifesto. He drags her, and she has to sit up here and be professional to him because she works for who? CBS.
I was
CBS
never-
is,
excuse
who
me.
is owned by whom? CBS, who is now owned by one of Trump's good friends. So she has to sit here and take a load of shit from 45, 47, as she is asked a professional question because she's not a MAGA influencer. She is trying to now, if I'm not mistaken, last year Nora O'Donnell was one of the people who was sitting on the dais at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. She was heavily involved last year. So I want you to see how disrespectful Trump is to her, as he pretended as if yesterday at the White House Correspondents' Dinner was a way that we were celebrating our First Amendment rights and having the press there and blah, 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 and trying to blow smoke over the fact that this president has been the worst authoritarian president, trying to stifle our media. And that's why he has allowed the Ellisons to buy up much of our media. We already know that CBS and now CNN is under the thumb of the Ellisons. So I want you to see all of the disrespect that he gives our American media, that he tried to pretend that was being celebrated at the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
Excuse me. You shouldn't be reading that on 60 Minutes. You're a disgrace. But go ahead. Let's finish the interview.
And that was just part of Donald Trump's eruption at 60 Minutes. Hello, everybody. David Schuster here. President Trump just proved he is as petulant and unhinged as ever. In an interview with CBS News journalist Nora O'Donnell, Trump faced questions about the motive of the White House Correspondents' Dinner gunman, and Trump exploded. Watch.
The so-called manifesto is a stunning thing to read, Mr. President. He appears to reference a motive in it. He writes this quote, "Administration officials, they are targets." And he also wrote this, "I'm no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes." What's your reaction to that?
Well, I was waiting for you to read that because I knew you would, because you're horrible people, horrible people. Yeah, he did write that. I'm not a rapist. I didn't rape anybody.
Do you think he was referring to you?
Excuse me.
Oh, you think he was referring to you? Bravo.
How did you automatically take that personally? Was it the conviction of SA that what is her name? E. Jean Carroll got against you? Is the E. Jean Carroll conviction under your crow? And he's going to go on to say that he was totally exonerated, as he is appealing the amount of money that he has to pay to E. Jean Carroll for SAing her.
Nora.
I'm not a pedophile. You read that crap from some sick person. I got associated with all stuff that has nothing to do with me. I was totally exonerated. Your friends on the other side of the plate are the ones that were involved with, let's say, Epstien or other things. But I said to myself,
your friends on the other side of the plate. Why are they her friends? On the other side of the plate are the ones. I've been exonerated. By whom? By whom? Another victim has come out last week and said that he SA'd her as a 14-year-old. That is different from the 13-year-old who has been out here a long time. So let's be clear that you have not been exonerated, and thus you are also hiding the Epstein files that could exonerate you. But maybe you are hiding them because they don't exonerate you. Who's to say? Let's drop the files. You signed the law that all of the Epstein files have to be released. Why aren't you telling Todd Blanche to release the file? You're his boss. You signed the law. Let's continue.
I'll do this interview and they'll...
This is in the description box under 60 Minutes.
Probably, I read the manifesto. He's a sick person. But you should be ashamed of yourself reading that, because I'm not any of those things.
Mr. President,
and I
these
was
are
never,
the gunman's words.
Excuse me. You shouldn't be reading that on 60 Minutes. You're a disgrace. But go ahead, let's finish the interview.
The other thing that he wrote in
You're
the
disgraceful.
You are disgraceful. I'm not sure how Norah O'Donnell kept it together, but she is a pro. Now, keep in mind that all of Norah's questions were reportedly cleared by CBS News executives, including the embattled editor-in-chief, Barry Weiss. So Weiss herself apparently signed off on asking Trump about allegations from the dinner gunman and from several Epstein victims that Donald Trump is a rapist and a pedophile. And thanks to the 60 Minutes interview, history now has a remarkable on-camera Trump denial. And the comparison's already being made with President Richard Nixon.
People have got to know whether or not their president is a crook. Well, I'm not a crook.
I'm not a rapist. I didn't rape anybody.
Not according to several Epstein victims, and not according to a judge in the E. Jean Carroll defamation lawsuit. But back to the 60 Minutes interview. The Trump meltdown at CBS News, and Norah O'Donnell in particular, speaks volumes, because it shows once again that there's something about the Epstein scandal that hits a nerve with Donald Trump. Whether it's the current political damage or Trump's own memory of his actions and friendship with Jeffrey Epstein, Trump always seems to erupt at the mere mention of Epstein.
The problem is the issue of Jeffrey Epstein has remained a political problem for the Trump administration, particularly as we started to get the files out. We see just the close ties that we have had with Jeffrey Epstein and kind of the elite circles of the world, and which is also why that statement from Melania Trump a few weeks ago was shocking.
Because she mentioned with the UK royal coming, right. These questions are going to come up again.
So it's all in this ether right now.
I call on Congress to provide the women who have been victimized by Epstein with a public hearing specifically centered around the survivors. Give these victims their opportunity to testify under oath in front of Congress with the power of sworn testimony. Each and every woman should have her day to tell her story in public if she wishes, and then her testimony should be permanently entered into the congressional record. Then, and only then, we will have the truth.
Most journalists and analysts are still trying to figure out why Melania Trump issued that statement, given that her husband, Donald Trump, wants the Epstein story to disappear, not get even more attention. The conventional wisdom is that Melania Trump is trying to separate herself from the
We don't have to worry about that happening because James Comer, who is over Congress, is not convening any more congressional hearings. He has decided that he is going to be doing these round tables. These round tables, instead of convening Congress, will get him out of having any members to put motions on the floor because there will be no floor because they are in this informal round table. So there cannot be any motions put on the floor, and anyone who comes to speak to that body will not have to be sworn in. This is how your government is trying to get around any Democrats putting motion on the floor and passing, or anyone who is coming, hey Sabar, or anyone who is coming to testify, testifying under oath. I hope you're having a blessed day too. So let's continue. If you didn't know, now I want to get into some more things. What other things did I want to? I want to
been reporting on.
I wanted to get into this reading of the manifesto from at Status Quo. I said that I was going to let you hear the manifesto. So let's get into that. I heard this last night. Oh, and if you have not heard the latest, Peter Thiel and Palantir has been awarded the over your food, over the what is it? The agriculture secretary, that dingbat who wants to make sure that people on food stamps are not getting too much money, has given the reign over our food over to Palantir and Peter Thiel. Let's get into this.
Covering what the corporate media covers up.
Hey, it's JT Siskowski with Status Quo. We've got more details coming out about the alleged shooter at last night's White House Correspondents' dinner, and more information about the surprisingly lax security at an event where the President of the United States, many cabinet officials, and members of Congress were going to be in attendance. Not least among those questionable assessments of the security situation came from Caroline Leavitt's husband. Caroline Leavitt is the press secretary for President Donald Trump. Her husband told a Fox News reporter, quote, "You need to be very safe." And as the Fox News reporter was explaining why Caroline Leavitt's husband was telling her that, the phone cut out.
I want to just quickly tell you, I was sitting next to Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary's husband. He was one of our guests. He was seated right next to me. And, right as the dinner was starting, the national anthem happened. And then he kind of leaned over and said, I watched you on TV, you do a great job. You need to be very safe. And he was just very serious when he said that to me. And he kind of looked around the room and he said, there are some...
Sounds like we lost Aisha's phone there. And this happens, by the way, especially when you have so many people attempting to utilize the same cell service at the same time. I did want to add this while we had a moment.
I want to acknowledge off the bat here that there is a lot of speculation online that this shooting was some kind of false flag operation or staged in some way in order to drum up support for President Donald Trump at a time when his poll numbers are at or near historic lows for him, as people in this country turn on him over his handling of the economy, the Iran war, the Epstien files, the list goes on and on. We cannot confirm those conspiracy theories, but it's events like that phone call cutting out, like this security being so lax at this hotel, that is only going to fuel those kinds of conspiracy theories and probably going to backfire spectacularly on the President of the United States in a way that is only going to make him, if people come away with the assessment that this was staged in some way, then they're only going to have less sympathy. You're getting to the point where even attempted shootings at a White House Correspondents' dinner are likely to have negative repercussions for you as the president because you're so unpopular on everything else. So my advice to Donald Trump, if he were listening to this reporting, would be to actually, I don't know, maybe address the economic concerns that many Americans have. Another thing to do would be to improve your security at events like this. This is Misha Komdowski, who is a reporter for DW, a German outlet. He is a White House correspondent for them. And he said this was the only thing required for entry into the Washington Hilton ballroom. That's where the White House Correspondents' Dinner was being hosted. There was no security screening prior to entering the lobby. And this is what he shows what you needed. This little ticket here. That's all you needed to be able to get in. It doesn't seem like you needed ID. And the only screening prior to actually getting inside is a...
Why is this important? This is important because this bullshit that they pulled last night, this lack security that would allow something to this to happen, is going to be the excuse that they use to crack down on you and your rights, your right to protest. The fact that they said that this guy was a part of a No Kings parade, all of the shit that they are putting out about this guy is not to crack down on his rights. We hear and we see that there was absolutely no security. But they are telling you what a great job Secret Service did, and who's going to bear the burden of this? The American citizens are. So let's continue.
A single metal detector. We also have this from Leonardo Feldman, who says something I noticed even before coming into the White House Correspondents' Dinner was that the security was only outside the ballroom inside, not outside the building. So the entrance of the building did not have a security machine, only some guards there. You only went through the screening before the ballroom, and then he includes this quick little video of that single metal detector through which people are passing to be able to get into the ballroom. But of course, how is the president going to react to this? Is he going to have any sort of inward reflection on himself about how this event was maybe either a security blunder or about how his policies and his cabinet officials are historically unpopular and maybe they should change their ways? No, he is only using it as an excuse to further construct his ballroom. It is just corruption in plain view of everyone, because the president, in order to fund that ballroom, took donations from large corporations and the very wealthy to be able to fund it. And it was a way to funnel cash directly into the Trump administration. Here's what he had to say. What happened last night is exactly the reason that our great military, Secret Service, law enforcement, and for different reasons, every president for the last 150 years have been demanding that a large, safe, and secure ballroom be built on the grounds of the White House. Now, that is, of course, revisionist history. There are not people who are actually calling for that or have been over the last several decades, not in any sort of large-scale sense. This is a vanity project for this president and an excuse for corruption, but why let a good crisis go to waste? Trump's cabinet officials are leaning into this as well. They are trying to already put the partisan spin on who the shooter was. Todd Blanche, who is the acting attorney general in this country, went on Face the Nation, that's CBS, and spoke there about some of the motivations that they believe that they are uncovering with this shooting suspect, as well as what led up to the shooting and how he was able to get so close, including that shooter believing to have been staying inside the hotel.
So the Secret Service has said that the suspected gunman was staying in the hotel. He walked up to a security checkpoint with a shotgun, handgun, and multiple knives. How long had he been inside that hotel? And was there a security protocol for guests?
We're still understanding the security protocols that led to him being able to have firearms in that hotel. We do believe he was staying in the hotel in the days leading up to last night. We believe that he traveled by train from Los Angeles to Chicago and then from Chicago to Washington, D.C. As far as what happened with him coming down and breaching the the perimeter. As you've seen from some videos that have already been released, he was apprehended and subdued feet away from breaking the perimeter. So we were all safe inside, and that's a testament to the Secret Service doing their job.
Everybody was all safe, and that is a testament to Secret Service doing their job. Let's continue a little bit further. Oh shit! Oh shit! I apologize. I deleted it instead of playing it. Let's go here. Let's go here. While I reboot that, or if I reboot that, I want to share with you the reporting that they are getting from the manifesto and the actual reasons why the alleged assailant, said that he did what he did. So let's get into this. This is also on Status Quo. You will find this in my description box under Lax Security. That last link that I just showed you is also under the description box, Lax, L-A-X, Lax Security. So let's get into this.
Criminals in this administration. You're starting to see the dam breaking. This unprecedentedly corrupt, illegal, criminal White House, covering what the corporate media covers up. Hey, it's Jordan with Status Quo. Breaking news, the alleged White House Correspondents' Dinner shooter was radicalized by pedophile and rapist Donald Trump. Not my words, those are his words in an alleged manifesto that has been released. He apparently wrote it and sent it to his family about 10 minutes before he started shooting outside of the ballroom last night. Let me read to you the manifesto. Accused White House Correspondents' Dinner gunman Cole Allen Thomas is his full name, sent a sprawling, crazed manifesto to family members about 10 minutes before Saturday's attack. Sources told the New York Post the 1,052-word missive obtained by the Post Sunday morning, signed Cold Force friendly federal assassin Allen, outlined his rules of engagement for the shooting and stated he believed it was his righteous duty to target administration officials. So he clearly was targeting Trump and other Trump administration cabinet officials. Here is the manifesto. Again, he sent this to his family about 10 minutes before he started shooting. Hello, everybody. So I may have given a lot of people a surprise today. Let me start off by apologizing to everyone whose trust I abused. I apologize to my parents for saying I had an interview without specifying it was for, quote, most wanted. I apologize to my colleagues and students for saying I had a personal emergency. By the time anyone read this, I probably most certainly do need to go to the ER, but could hardly call that not a self-inflicted status. And he is a teacher and an engineer. So that's the reference to his students. He is a teacher in California. I apologize to all of the people I traveled next to, all the workers who handled my luggage, and all the other non-targeted people at the hotel who I put in danger simply by being near. I apologize to everyone who was abused and or murdered before this, to all those who suffered before I was able to attempt this, to all who may still suffer after, regardless of my success or failure. I don't expect forgiveness, but if I could have seen any other way to get this close, I would have taken it. Again, my sincerest apologies. On to why I did any of this. I am a citizen of the United States of America. What my representatives do reflects on me. And I am no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. Well, to be completely honest, I was no longer willing a long time ago, but this is the first real opportunity I had to do something about it. While I'm discussing this, I'll also go over my expected rules of engagement, probably in a terrible format, but I'm not military, so too bad. Administration officials, not including Mr. Patel, they are targets, prioritized from highest ranking to lowest. Secret Service, they are targets only if necessary and to be incapacitated non-lethally if possible. AKA, I hope they're not wearing body armor. I hope they're wearing body armor because center mass with shotguns messes up people who aren't. Hotel security, not targets if at all possible, AKA unless they shoot at me. Capitol Police, same as hotel security. National Guard, same as hotel security. Hotel employees, not targets at all. Guests, not targets at all. In order to minimize casualties, I will also be using buckshot rather than slugs, less penetration through walls. I would still go through most everyone here to get to the targets if it were absolutely necessary, on the basis that most people choose to attend a speech by a pedophile, rapist, and traitor, and are thus complicit. But I really hope it doesn't come to that. Rebuttal to objections. As a Christian, you should turn the other cheek. Rebuttal. Turning the other cheek is for when you yourself are oppressed. I'm not the person raped in a detention camp. I'm not the fisherman executed without trial. I'm not a school kid blown up or a child starved or a teenage girl abused by the many criminals in this administration. Turning the other cheek when someone else is oppressed is not Christian behavior. It is complicity in the oppressor's crimes. Objection 2. This is not a convenient time for you to do this. Rebuttal. I need whoever thinks this way to take a couple minutes and realize that this world isn't about them. Do you think that when I see someone raped or murdered or abused, I should walk on by because it would be inconvenient for people who aren't the victim? This was the best timing and chance of success I could come up with. Objection 3, you didn't get them all. Rebuttal, gotta start somewhere. Objection 4, as a half black, half white person, you shouldn't be the one doing this. Rebuttal, I don't see anyone else picking up the slack. Objection 5, yield unto Caesar what is Caesar's. Rebuttal, the United States of America are ruled by the law, not by one or several people. Insofar as representatives and judges do not follow the law, no one is required to yield them anything so unlawfully ordered. I would also like to extend my appreciation to a great many people, since I will not likely be able to talk with them unless the Secret Service is astoundingly incompetent. Thank you all for everything. Sincerely, Cold Force, friendly federal assassin, Allen. P.S. Okay, now that all the sappy stuff is done, what the hell is Secret Service doing? Sorry, gonna rant a bit here and drop the formal tone. Like I expected security cameras at every bend, bugged hotel rooms, armed agents every 10 feet, metal detectors out the wazoo.
Now,
what I got? Who knows? Maybe they're pranking me.
Now, this is him saying he is in his manifesto, and now he is there, and he is shocked. He is telling you himself how shocked he is at the lax Secret Service protocol. This is him saying how crazy lax the protocol was. Let's go back.
The hell is Secret Service doing? Sorry, gonna rant a bit here and drop the formal tone. Like I expected security cameras at every bend, bugged hotel rooms, armed agents every 10 feet, metal detectors out the wazoo. What I got, who knows? Maybe they're pranking me, is nothing. No damn security, not in transport, not in the hotel, not in the event. So that's most of it. Where do you even begin? I think we should really highlight the key part here, which is he basically gave a smorgasbord of the worst of the Trump administration. The inhumanity, the illegal behavior, the accusations of being complicit or involved in the Epstien sex trafficking ring, bombing and killing fishermen in Venezuela, off the shores of Venezuela. I mean, it's a long list. The illegal war in Iran, killing nearly 200 Iranian schoolgirls. Obviously, there's, in this country, millions of people that agree with him that would not have taken this action. But he is going through a long list of grievances that is about the Trump administration. I think it's also pretty relevant that he's directly calling the president a pedophile, a rapist, a traitor, and calling folks who do not take action complicit. He is accusing the people attending the White House Correspondents' Dinner of being complicit. And to be clear, I am not, and status quo is not condoning this shooter or the violence, but it should be noted there has been an accusation against Donald Trump of having sexually assaulted and physically assaulted a girl who's now a woman when she was between 13 and 15 in the early 1980s. The FBI interviewed that woman 4 times, just as the media started covering this story and the accusations. He went to war with Iran in the middle of the night, and we still don't know the real reason. So there is credible accusations. You don't have to take it from me. Take it from the FBI. They don't interview someone 4 times if they don't find something there. At the end of the day, you're starting to see the dam breaking, not just with Trump, but this whole new Gilded Age neoliberal hellscape we live in. Remember,
the bullshit. You're starting to see people are tired of the bullshit. Kind of like many agreed with the fact that these health insurers denying our claims for profit, denying our doctors' recommendation for tests and treatments so they can get and keep profits. That's why Luigi Mangi, what is his name? The guy who shot the healthcare CEO, Brian Thompson. People don't necessarily agree with the taking of the lives, but they understand that unless these types of things are done, everything is going to go on. You're not going to get the attention of these CEOs. When that happened, all of these CEOs were knocking down the internet and the offices of these private security companies that can keep them safe, but they never address the problem. They never address the problem, and they want to look at you strange because you say, I understand exactly what that person is talking about. Because they want you to be too afraid to have any opinion to say anything about this. That's why they have created all of these things to determine you and to view you as a domestic terrorist. Okay, so that is what I wanted to show you about this. Now let me move out of this a little bit and show you something that happened this weekend that I was not aware of. I went over to Savvy Sabs, and I had reported on Mali throwing France out of their country.
That's where Martin Luther King gave his.
Mali threw France out of their country. They said that they wanted to determine their own destiny. The French forces were alleged over there to help them fight these little gangs and things that would come in and try to take over the Mali government. But they were like, no, thank you. Because of the French forces, the only thing that they secure over here are the gold mines. When we go out to fight, we don't find any French forces with us because the only thing that they are protecting are the gold mines and their interest in our country. So now, when they threw the French forces out, what is his name? Macron, the president of France, was very, very disrespectful to the African nations. And he said that they will be crawling back to France. Now, understand that they were taking the bulk of the gold out of they were taking the bulk of the gold out of their country, and they said that they had to take the gold to France because there were no refineries there. So therefore, they were keeping like 85% of the wealth from the gold that they were mining. Now, let me find this real quick. He said that they will be begging to come back. They will be begging to for France to come back. But what in fact happened was that France and Air France started to fail because Air France was losing so much money that they were actually failing in the now since Mali threw out the French government. So let's hear how now. Okay, one thing at a time. Here we go.
Our next story is about Emmanuel Macron. The French president faces trouble from all sides. The war in Ukraine has hammered Europe. Macron's dreams of leading the continent lie in tatters. His grip on domestic power has weakened because of the poorly thought out election that he conducted last year. And farmers are protesting all over France. Everywhere you look, there's chaos. You would think it couldn't get any worse. But somehow, Macron has managed to create even more trouble for himself. The French president did it again yesterday, another classic foot-in-the-mouth moment where he casually insulted a bunch of African nations. Take a look.
One part was our commitment to fighting terrorism since 2013. We were right. I think some have forgotten to say thank you, but that's okay. It'll come in time. I'm in a good position to know that ingratitude is a disease that cannot be transmitted to humans. But I say this for all the African governments who have not had the courage, in the eyes of their public opinion, to bear it. None of them would be in a sovereign country today if the French army had not been deployed in this region.
That was Macron giving a grand foreign policy speech, addressing a gathering of French ambassadors and chalking out the way ahead this year. Somehow, Macron thought that this was the right time to pick a new fight with people who already don't seem to like him very much, the people of Africa. You know that France has been on the back foot in Africa over the past few years. It had military bases all over the continent, mostly in its former colonies in West and Central Africa. French troops have been squatting there for decades, ostensibly to provide security cover. But on their watch, West Africa became a terror hotspot. Boko Haram, the Islamic State West Africa province, the Islamic State Sahel province, Al-Qaeda and its offshoots like the JNIM, all these terror groups have been running rampant in the Sahel region.
All of these terror groups have been running rampant in the Sahel region, while France is all over that region collecting goals, not only in Mali, also in Niger, and they also got kicked out of where? Boca Raton, all of these neighboring nations. I told you about them being thrown out of Boca Raton as well. And then Mali, I think not Boca Raton. Oh, Lord. Burkina Faso. I said Boca Raton. Burkina Faso. They were thrown out of Burkina Faso last. So let's understand that they were in there mining all of the gold out of these African nations and taking it back to France to allegedly have it refined and then paying these people peanuts. Now, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger said, no. We are done with this Western influence in our country, because it is getting us nowhere and it is making you rich. Now I'm gonna have to pull up Air France, because I know Air France Airlines was almost had almost gone into bankruptcy from the lack of funds that they are receiving from these African nations pulling out of France, or throwing France out of their countries. So now you hear all of the Al Qaeda and all of these rogue little fighters have been coming in and fighting, but they have always been coming in and fighting. They have been fighting these people in Mali and Boko Raton, Burkina Faso for decades. But now, what happened this weekend? There was a big attack in Mali by these Al Qaeda rebels. Now, these Al Qaeda rebels have also joined with some rebels that they used to fight against each other. Now they have come together to mysteriously fight against Mali. Now, I would be remiss if I did not tell you that the people who have come into Mali, these are tan-colored people, while the Mali residents are black, and they have also taken the lives of their defense secretary over in Mali. Now, there is a whole big push of what's going on in Mali, and I'm going to tell you why and what happened in Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger that may actually have been causing this ruckus.
Former French colonies like Mali, Burkina Faso, security cover. But on their watch, West Africa became a terror hotspot. Boko Haram, the Islamic State West Africa province, the Islamic State Sahel province, Al Qaeda and its offshoots like the JNIM.
Now, this is under the watch of the French. Africa became a terrorist hotspot under the French governance that was supposed to be allegedly protecting your nation. But they allow it to become a terrorist hotspot.
All these terror groups have been running rampant in the Sahel region. In former French colonies like Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, right under the noses of the French troops stationed there. This instability led to multiple military coups in West Africa, in Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger. And the military juntas promptly decided to switch partners. They kicked France out and chose to work with Russia instead. They believed that the Russians would be more effective against the terrorists. The decision had a knock-on effect. Anti-France sentiment started spreading to other countries hosting French troops like Chad, Senegal, and most recently, the Ivory Coast. This is a massive failure for France, a moment of shame. But Macron does not see it that way. He says Paris is not on the back foot. Instead, he blames the African nations. Macron called them, and I'm quoting, ungrateful. And then he said, and let me quote again, none of them would be in a sovereign country today if the French army had not been deployed in this region. This is the French president.
Now, understand that they are getting all of their wealth from stealing from these African nations. And he said that these African nations are ungrateful. Ungrateful, as he let terrorist groups rise up in these African nations. Why do you think that these terrorist groups were allowed to rise up in these nations? Who do you think would be able to pay these terrorist groups? Would it be the people who are taking all of the wealth out of these nations, or would it be these poor nations? Would they be able to pay for protection for themselves, or would it be the people who were robbing them? Let's continue.
The leader of a former colonial power talking about countries that won their independence from France. Macron says the French army is responsible for their sovereignty. How tone deaf can you be? If anything, the African countries would have been sovereign sooner if not for the French army. Macron's mental gymnastics are truly world-class, but obviously the African nations were not impressed. Chad and Senegal have called him out. Chad's foreign minister issued a statement. He said Macron holds, and I'm quoting again, a contemptuous attitude towards Africa and Africans. He added that the French presence in Chad has often been limited to its own strategic interests without any real lasting impact for the development of the Chadian people. And then he reminded Macron about how Africans had helped France, especially during the two world wars. That was Chad's rebuke. Senegal's was even sharper. Prime Minister Ousmane Sonko put up this post on social media. He counters Macron's claims, saying that France helped destabilize countries like Libya, which contributed to the Sahel security crisis. And then Sonko issued a parting shot. Let me quote again. This is what he said. This is finally the place to remind President Macron that if African soldiers, sometimes forcibly mobilized, mistreated, and ultimately betrayed, had not deployed during the Second World War to defend France, it would perhaps still be Germany today. During the Second World War, Germany had occupied parts of France. We know that the US, Britain, and the Soviet Union helped liberate the country, but we often forget the role of African soldiers, conscripts from French colonies who fought to free France from the Nazis. It seems Macron had forgotten this too, but Sonko was happy to remind him. All this shows just how untethered Macron is from reality. Instead of acknowledging his failures, instead of respecting the wishes of the African people, he has chosen to insult them. It's another mess of his own making, one that will probably accelerate France's departure from Africa.
Okay. Let me see. What did I want to share with you today? Let me share this with you before we go to the attacks on the Sahel states. Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso had said that they will work together. They call themselves the AES. Let's get into this. The Sahel Liberty News. Let me make sure. Yes, that is showing for you. If you were unaware of this, AES charts its own course, a confederal bank to build a sovereign future. If you did not know about that, I am telling you about that. So when these rich African nations decide to come together and build their own sovereign wealth, dealing with each other. Now Mali is attacked by Al-Qaeda forces. Who is paying these forces to attack, and why are they attacking this sovereign nation? Let me enlarge this if you didn't know. The announcement of the creation of the Investment and Development Bank of the AES Confederation with an initial capital of 500 billion CFA francs marked a decisive turning point in the economic and political history of the Sahel. More than a mere financial tool, this initiative reflects a strong political will from leaders Ibrahim Traoré, Assimi Goïta, and I cannot get his name, Abdurrahman Tani, to break free from external dependencies and build a development model rooted in internal priorities and respect for national sovereignty. Why would anybody have a problem with that? With this decision, the leaders of Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger are asserting their vision of the Sahel capable of charting its own path, independent of the conditionalities often imposed by traditional international institutions. By establishing a regional institution designed to finance their strategic projects, these heads of states are laying the foundation for a solidarity-based, self-reliant economy focused on the real needs of their people. Focused on what? The real needs of their people: agricultural transformation, industrialization, energy transition, and technological advances. Who has a problem with that? Who has a problem with that? Okay. In today's AES context, this initiative is historic. In response to destabilization attempts alleged orchestrated by former partners now seen as contributors to regional insecurities, AES, that would be France, AES states are choosing to build a robust financial instrument, one that can withstand geopolitical turbulence and uphold the economic dignity of the Sahelian populations. This confederal bank embodies the rejection of dependency and bold embrace of economic sovereignty. It is a promise to future generations that of a self-determined development grounded in local realities, driven by a shared vision and supported by deeply rooted institutions. In essence, this is the political declaration, a statement of leadership and call to rethink North-South relations through the lens of dignity and shared responsibility. The Sahel nation said that they want to get the Western influence out. Man, it's thundering. They want to get the Western influence out of their region of Africa. So what they are saying that you will no longer continue to colonize Africa and rob us of our wealth. We are taking our own country back. So it seems that there are a lot of people who have problems with this. Now I'm gonna drop this. I'm going to drop this in my description box. You can read this at your leisure. I am also going to drop that YouTube video under the same thing. Sahel states attacked. Let's get into the actual attack. Let me add the Macron insults Africa. That's the one I just played for you. I'm dropping that in my description box. It is also under Sahel states are attacked. So you can review all of this. Now, let's get into the actual attacks. Okay. Hold on 1 second. Here we go. Hold on. I wonder why I can't. Hold on. Let me find it somewhere else. Hold on. Sahel nations attack. I can only find the. Here we go. Here we go. Let's go here. So these colonizers are all over the world, trying to basically take over all of the money and the influence, and they are fighting for who's going to get the wealth in Africa by paying these Arab nations to go in and destabilize countries. Now, it's unfortunate that these African countries do not have the weaponry to fight the way that these Al Qaeda members have these weapons. You notice that the only time that Africans have weaponry and they come up with all of these weapons is when Africans are fighting other Africans. You notice how they have been fighting in Darfur for so long because they are only fighting other Africans. So, of course, these African nations are being attacked by drones and everything else. So we'll see what happens.
In attacks by jihadists, insurgents. Monitoring it all for us is France 24's Wassim Nasser. We remember that over the past months, there's been this row between Mali and France, which is pulling out. In are coming the Russian mercenaries of Wagner. What's the latest on these attacks here and that we've seen in the past week?
Well, actually, the Islamic State jihadis have been roaming the border area between Mali and Niger, and they are killing by the hundreds. So they issued a fatwa or a religious order to attack the Dawsak Tuareg a few weeks ago, and we are reaching a toll of more than 300 dead. 250 were acknowledged by the Islamic State, accusing them of being combatant or sympathizers of the MSA, which is a Tuareg movement. And the new thing about those attacks, and we have a map, maybe we can see where it is happening. The new thing about the attack in Tamalat, in Shinan, and Rambukan is that I knew that fighters from Nigeria came all the way without their arms, and they got equipped in this border region, and they put up the fight. And those areas are today held by Tuareg faction, but the Islamic State is still roaming in this area almost freely, knowing that, as you were saying, France is putting out so the air support for Malian troops in Mali doesn't exist anymore. And one more thing, one more important detail, we know that France killed the head of the Islamic State a few months back there, but which permitted the group to renew its blood and to put younger commanders in charge that are much more violent and in much more better relations with Islamic State Central, because since the 23rd, and here we are seeing them pledging allegiance to the new Caliph, Abu Hassan, since the 23rd, they have their own province, because before they used to depend from ISWAP, Islamic State in Western Africa. So the death of Abu Walid Sahrawi and the natural death of his second in command a few months back actually were beneficial for the group instead of weakening it.
One of the reasons for the row between France and Mali is this issue of how to handle this insurgency. Assimi Goïta, the head of the junta, said he wanted a political solution. How's that going?
Well, it didn't go well at all. The last attempt happened in Nouakchott in Mauritania at the beginning, mid-February. I was there. I witnessed some kind of attempt to put on negotiations on the table. It didn't work out. On the other side of the border, the President Bazoum is trying negotiations with the Islamic State. In Mali, it was with Al-Qaeda. It didn't work out as well because they don't want to negotiate, actually. And the middleman working on this isn't very efficient, if you may say so, which puts the army of Niger on the side of this fight today de facto, but it shouldn't be much longer for them to stay this way. But another factor is important, also the Al-Qaeda factor. So Al-Qaeda are willing to negotiate in Mali, but we don't know what's the stand today regarding the Islamic State. We know, if we can see the map again, that they are making.
Oh, what does Mali, Al-Qaeda have to negotiate in another state? They're willing to negotiate, but if they do not negotiate, they're going to raid these Sahel states. Let's be real clear about this. How long is this? I don't think this is recent. This has to be something old. This is 4 years ago. I apologize. We see that this has been a problem for a while. Let's get to this. Is 2 days ago. Now, these are the Al-Qaeda forces going in, saying that they have taken over the governor's mansion and that they are in control.
L'état-major général des armées informe l'opinion nationale que les groupes armés terroristes non encore identifiés ont pris pour cible tôt ce matin du 25 avril 2026 certains points et casernes de la capitale et de l'intérieur. Les combats sont en cours.
Let me turn down the volume so I can read this. We call on the population to remain calm and vigilant. Sahel stays in the crosshairs. Western-backed armed groups attack. Western-backed. That is does include France and America. Western-backed troops are attacking these Sahel states who have recently created their own bank to have their own independence. And we see the results of these African nations deciding to spend their own wealth. Let's be real clear about this. Now, the General Staff of the Armed Forces informed the nation that yet unidentified terrorist armed groups have targeted certain locations and barracks in the capital and in the interior early this morning. This has happened on April 25th of 2026. April 25th, 2026. Fighting is ongoing. We call on the population to remain calm and vigilant. Okay, so he did have more to say in another video. Maybe it's this one right here.
On military installations across the country, according to multiple media and security sources. Camara was a central figure in the military junta that took power following coups in 2020 and 2021. A suicide car bomb targeted his residence in Kati, a garrison town near the capital, Bamako. On Saturday, the town was attacked by an Al-Qaeda-linked group alongside Tuareg rebels. Heavy gunfire continued for a second consecutive day on Sunday, casting doubt on the army's assertion that it had re-established control. The escalation has renewed calls for an international response to the growing insecurity in the Sahel. Mali's Defense Minister General Sadio Camara has been killed in coordinated attacks on military installations across the country, according to multiple media and security sources. Camara was a central figure in the military junta that took power following coups in 2020 and 2021. A suicide car bomb targeted his residence in Kati, a garrison town near the capital, Bamako. On Saturday, the town was attacked by an Al-Qaeda-linked group alongside Tuareg rebels. Heavy gunfire continued for a second consecutive day on Sunday, casting doubt on the army's assertion that it had re-established control. The escalation has renewed calls for an international response to the.
You're not going to get an international response from the West. The West only responds when they want to take all the wealth from African nations. I just must say that. Hey, I have to go. Great live as always. Thank you for being here, Miss Queenie. We don't have any issues in any government that wants self-determination from exploitative colonialism countries. It seems like someone has problems with them because these once these nations have come together and wanted and stated them wanting to be self-reliant and self-sufficient. It takes money to do that. So once you understand that you don't have to be under someone's thumbs, that you can do it yourself with your own resources, and now these people realize that they cannot steal nine fingers worth of your resources and give you one finger worth and tell you that they have done something for you. When they are stealing in your face, it seems like that is a problem for other nations, especially Western nations. So you saw how Macron talked down to those African leaders as if they were trash, as if they were nothing. So what does that tell you? He has absolutely no respect for these Sahel nation leaders. Now, let me see if there's anything else about that I wanted to. I will study up on something else about them. I just heard about this recently, so I'm gonna go on because I need to check out more information about this. Let me see. Let me see if there's anything else I wanted to share with you. FBI's trash era. Let me see. Iran foreign yes. We need to talk about the Iranian foreign minister. Let's get into one of my favorite YouTubers reporting on what is going on in Iran. Shall we?
Crazy stuff. First, we have more evidence on how Iran orchestrated a so-called diplomatic talk with the US to embarrass the clown from the White House. And then last night, Donald Trump's White House Correspondents' dinner was marred by another episode of shooting. The facts surrounding this event are absolutely crazy. I will explain to you how in a bit. But social media users are already calling it another false flag incident at a time when Trump faces unprecedented scrutiny at home for his reckless decision to illegally attack Iran, an action which is wreaking havoc on people around the world, including the US, due to soaring oil and gas prices. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt's pre-dinner prediction stating that shots would be fired is making the shooting incident even more suspicious. Then a video of Fox News abruptly cutting off its reporter, who was in the midst of reporting that Caroline Leavitt's husband was telling her to be very safe even before the incident of shooting, added another twist to this episode. This would be the broad focus of my video tonight, so please stay tuned. So Iranian Foreign Minister Syed Abbas Araghchi today returned to Pakistan from Muscat after learning about Trump's decision to not send his Jewish property developers for diplomatic talks. I mean, the Iranians are really aware. They really know how to play around with Trump. Araghchi left for Muscat, Oman, when Trump announced his plans to send his delegation to Pakistan. And as soon as Trump cancelled or was forced to cancel his plans following the snubbing by Iran, Araghchi returned back to Islamabad. This is like a classic case of a decent person avoiding a jilted stalker. As I speak, the Iranian foreign minister is in Pakistan. He will depart from Moscow tomorrow morning. Not in as many words, but these experts on Al Jazeera kind of summed up the cumulative humiliation of Trump by Iran.
She's a senior non-resident fellow at the Center for International Policy. She's also the host of the Iran podcast. Good to have you both with us. If I could start with General Kimmett. So what happened? Caroline Leavitt was saying they're going because the Iranians want to talk. The Iranians were saying no. And now Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff no longer going. Did the White House put out the wrong message, or did something happen behind the scenes? What's your feeling?
Well, I think what's going on is what we've seen for the last couple of weeks, which is there are different power centers inside of Iran. There's nobody to make the ultimate decision. I suspect that it was communicated to the White House that there would be somebody there to talk to, and hence, let's get some people over there to talk to the Iranians. It's clear that Araghchi, the foreign minister, had different views on this. And as he announced that he was going to be making a trip to Islamabad and Moscow and Muscat, I think there was a sensing that he would stay in Islamabad to at least have indirect talks with the Americans.
Who is the other power center then, General Kimmett, who is telling the White House, yes, they will stay there to talk to you. The Iranians want to talk face-to-face, is what Caroline Leavitt was saying.
Well, again, this has been the great controversy over the last couple of weeks. Is it the foreign ministry? Is it the IRGC? Is the message coming from the supreme leader? Is the message coming from Halabaf over in the parliament?
So we don't know, basically.
We don't know. And I think whether this was done intentionally to embarrass the Americans or whether it was done because we're listening to the wrong people, I don't think the Iranians even know.
Is that how you see it, Negar? Is it a case of mixed messaging from the Iranians, or there is a little bit of a history of mixed messaging from the US, even from the US president himself, let alone different centers of power within the US? The US president has gone from total unconditional surrender to the 10 points put forward by Iran were workable on April the 7th to no, it has to be the US points.
Yes, I mean, I've seen cohesion more from the Iranian side, the 10-point plan, and as far as the room to maneuver for them, which isn't very much, and the red lines have been pretty solid. Now it's the blockade, before it was the ceasefire in Lebanon. And decision-making, yes, it's no longer just the politicians and the diplomats in Tehran. It's really the commanders who are in the driver's seat. But we see the kind of people they sent in the first Islamabad meeting. That was very historic. I mean, the Speaker of Parliament, essentially de facto number 2 in Iran, Ghalibaf, who is seen at almost the same level as the president, was a former...
They sent serious people to the negotiation. We sent Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner and our Vice President, J.D. Vance. Very unserious doofuses.
IRGC commander has good relations with that wing, so that was a consolidation of that power. And then also the foreign minister, Araghchi, who knows this file, U.S. and Iran, inside and out. He's been involved in it forever. So that showed seriousness. And then more senior people coming in the Iranian in a very large delegation with authority to make decisions. And then what we saw or heard as far as reporting from the meeting was that the vice president on the U.S., I mean, sending the vice president also showed a lot of seriousness from Washington, but he had to call President Trump.
It wasn't seriousness because he could not make decisions. They said J.D. Vance had to call President Trump every 10 to 15 minutes because he was not in a position to say yes or no, to even converse properly with the Iranian delegation. because he had no right to make any decision. So how are you going to negate anything when you don't have the permission to say yes or no to simple statements?
Trump many times, and it seemed like it was on the U.S. side, the decision-making that wasn't very clear. And
As for Trump, last night's White House Correspondents' dinner by him hit the media headlines for all the wrong reasons. That's because a shooting incident was reported at the site of the event in Washington. The police have already arrested a man identified as Cole Thomas Allen as the prime suspect. This 31-year-old man is being described as a resident of California. According to the Reuters news agency, the police have already begun searching the suspect's house in California. This is the second incident of shooting at a gathering where Trump was present. You may remember the first shooting incident involving Trump during his campaign trail in 2024. Anyway, let's now look at the facts surrounding this incredibly dramatic incident. This event was important given Trump's previous history of boycotting the dinner. No wonder Caroline Leavitt appeared overly excited when she spoke to the media before the start of the dinner. But in her excitement, she also said that shots would be fired in tonight's event. It's not clear what she meant by that. But whatever the case, shots were indeed fired when the dinner started.
To rumble, is he not?
He is ready to rumble. I will tell you, this speech tonight will be classic Donald J. Trump. It'll be funny. It'll be entertaining. There will be some shots fired tonight in the room. So everyone should tune in. It's going to be really great. I'm looking forward to hearing it.
In fact, the Washington...
What's so funny, sir?
Washington Times reported that Secret Service agents actually shouted, "Shots fired," during the time of the shooting. Then this happened. A Fox News reporter, Aisha Hasni, her name is, appeared on her channel to take her audience through the chronology of events. However, just when she was in the midst of revealing some damning truths, Fox News lost her abruptly. The channel, of course, blamed a poor network in the US for this sudden loss.
I want to just quickly tell you, I was sitting next to Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary's husband. He was one of our guests. He was seated right next to me. And, right as the dinner was starting, the national anthem happened. And then he kind of leaned over and said, I watched you on TV, you do a great job. You need to be very safe. And he was just very serious when he said that to me. And he kind of looked around the room and he said, there are some...
Sounds like we lost Aisha's phone there.
I'm not here to create any doubts in anyone's mind.
And we cannot forget the fact that 4547 in his own reporting, in his own press conference 30 minutes after his life was allegedly went before his eyes, he said that they had Secret Service members sitting at the table. He did say that there were Secret Service members sitting at the table, at which point behind him, Todd Blanche and Kakai Patel both threw their head back in frustration and rolled their eyes. Like, oh my God, why did you tell the people that we have Secret Service sitting at the table? They both in unison were totally disappointed. So I guess that's why we need that big, beautiful ballroom. Now, let's see what else. Let me see. He may have this tired motherfucker.
Have all of the attributes of what we're planning at the White House. It's actually a larger room, and it's much more secure. It's drone-proof, it's bulletproof glass. We need the ballroom. That's why Secret Service, that's why the military are demanding it. They've wanted the ballroom for 150 years for lots of different reasons, but today's a little bit different because today we need levels of security that probably nobody's ever seen before.
Trump's critics are calling the shooting incident at the White House Correspondents' dinner another false flag episode. The argument is that this has been a pretty successful ploy by the Israeli spy network Mossad to convert hatred or criticism for Israel into widespread sympathy. Trump is now being accused of taking a leaf out of the Mossad book as he faces mounting criticism for his actions against Iran. Mind you, this deranged occupant of the White House told us that the Iran operation would be over within 4 to 6 weeks. We are now in the 8th week, and there is no sign of this conflict coming to an end. If anything, Trump's actions indicate that the conflict could last for a considerably long time as he deploys another aircraft carrier in the region. Trump's decision to attack Iran is hurting even Americans, who are now being hit by skyrocketing oil and gas prices. This has the potential to end Trump's political career after this year's midterm polls. Such is the dire prospect that Trump has already made peace with a humiliating defeat in this year's midterm polls. Also, acting Attorney General Todd Blanche said that the suspect of last night's shooting said that his target was Trump. But the same suspect has still not explained his motive. The investigating agencies have managed to, and very quickly, managed to force him to say who his target was, but not why. Some people are also raising questions about how the evacuation took place. Trump appeared unmoved even after shots of firing could be heard. Then this video showed Secret Service agents evacuating J.D. Vance first before taking Trump to safety. I'm not a fan of this Sky News presenter, Trevor Phillips, but he rightly asked a pertinent question to his channel's US correspondent. You too should watch.
Sorry, James, I was just saying that's quite a remarkable thing. There's mayhem, but the Trump White House machine didn't pause, hardly drew breath before organizing the press conference.
Yeah, fascinating, isn't it? Donald Trump. But, you know, we've seen that before.
And the fact that this clown decided to link the last night's shooting to Iran would give plenty of legitimacy to those who say this was another false flag operation.
You take a look at what's happened to some of our greatest presidents, and it doesn't happen to people that don't do anything. And it's not going to deter me from winning the war in Iran.
And then the final question. How on earth was a so-called armed assassin allowed to enter the premises where the US president, his deputy, and other top members of his administration were present? This is despite the fact that the venue would have been sanitized by the Secret Service agents. I will leave you with the latest edition of Lego video on last night's shooting and Trump running scared. Enjoy.
Hold on. Before we get that last Lego video, I am going to play for you the actual press conference, and you are going to hear all of this fake bullshit about the First Amendment and protecting the First Amendment from this liar who you just saw last night try to diminish a person from the press. I want you to be reminded of let me show this to you. I just really want you to remind you of the fake symbolism that they try to put up about this dinner to make you feel some type of way about a dinner that your president has never gone to. But then all of a sudden, after he decided to go to Mar-a-Lago, never been to this press conference, and the one time he shows up, this breaks out. Let's hear what he has to say.
That was supposed to bring together members of both parties with members of incredibly. Well, thank you very much. That was very unexpected, but incredibly acted upon by Secret Service and law enforcement. And this was an event dedicated to freedom of speech that was supposed to bring together members of both parties with members of the press. And in a certain way it did, because the fact that they just unified, I saw a room that was just totally unified. It was in one way, a very beautiful thing to see. A man charged a security checkpoint armed with multiple weapons, and he was taken down by some very brave members of Secret Service, and they acted very quickly and have just released, for purposes of transparency, clarity, I've ordered it to be put out. You probably have it by now, put out on Truth and put out on many of the platforms. A tape showing the violence of this thug that attacked our Constitution, and also showing how quickly Secret Service and law enforcement acted on our country's behalf. Really did a great job. One officer was shot, but saved by the fact that he was wearing obviously a very good bulletproof vest. He was shot from very close distance with a very powerful gun. Great shape. He is, we love him and respect him as Secret Service agent. And it's not, I didn't want to say this, but this is why we have to have all of the attributes of what we're planning at the White House. It's actually a larger room, and it's much more secure. It's drone proof, it's bulletproof.
Ballroom.
They've wanted the ballroom for 150 years because today we need levels of security that probably out of gratitude to the courage of law enforcement, the law enforcement, and working with the DC police. And we just spoke with the mayor. And when we're finished, the police chief is going to take over and discuss it also from their viewpoint. But they also performed exactly as they were supposed to. And you see the attacker in different positions, but you also see the attacker totally subdued and under control. So as you know, this is not the first time in the past couple of years that our republic has been attacked by a would-be assassin who sought to kill. In Butler, Pennsylvania, less than 2 years ago, you all know that story. And in Palm Beach, Florida, a few months after that, we came close. We really had. But in light of this evening's events, I asked that all Americans recommit with their hearts and resolving our difference peacefully. We have to resolve our differences. I will say, you had Republicans, Democrats, independents, interchangeable perhaps, but maybe they're not. But yet everybody in that room, big crowd, record-setting crowd. There was a record-setting group of people, and there was a tremendous amount of trust by that. But we were, First Lady and I were taking Vice President J.D. Vance, who's here, saying how quickly everybody acted, law enforcement, Secret Service. He didn't want any help. He didn't want anybody to help. He doesn't want any, but very impressive. So with that, I'd like to ask Todd Blanche to come up, say a few words, and tell you it's already underway.
Let me see. Let me see right here. If I can find what I...
Okay, we'll do a couple, and then we go to the chair. Madam Chairman, I just want to say you did a fantastic job. What a beautiful... And after that, it's very...
Okay. I appreciate it. As you mentioned, it all happened so quickly. And I wonder, especially because unfortunately you have experience with these sorts of threats, in that moment when you realized there was a threat and service agents were telling us to get down, can you describe what was going through your mind, how you were feeling in that moment?
That's a very good question, actually. It's always shocking when something like this happens. It's happened to me a little bit, and that never changes. The fact we're sitting right nect to each other, First Lady on my right. And I heard a noise and sort of thought it was a tray. I thought it was a tray going down. I've heard that many times, and it was a pretty loud noise. And it was from quite far away. He hadn't breached the area at all. They really got him. But so it was quite far away, but it was a gun. And some people really understood that pretty quickly. Other people didn't. I was watching to see what was happening. Probably should have gone down even faster. Melania was very cognizant, I think, of what happened. I think she knew immediately what happened. She was saying, that's a bad noise. And we were whisked away along with other people, but we were really whisked away. And again, the performance of the Secret Service and the police, all of the law enforcement, I thought was really good. So it was very quick. There wasn't a lot of time to be thinking because it was a matter of seconds before we were out the door and gone into an area. We very much, and you wanted to too, we very much wanted to continue it because I don't like to let these sick people, these thugs.
You had plenty of time. Shit, they drugged J.D. Vance out first and got J.D. Vance tucked away before they even attempted to come to you. You had plenty of time.
These horrible, horrible people change the fabric of our life, change the course of what we do. So we held out. You were there. We held out right till the end, but they didn't want to take a chance, and I understand there was protocol. But we're going to be doing one hopefully within the next 30 days or sooner, and I am ready, willing, and able. And I was all set to really rip it. And I said to my people, this would be the most inappropriate speech ever made if I said one. So I'll have to save it. I don't know if I could ever be as rough as I was going to be tonight. I think I'm going to be probably very nice. I'll be very boring the next time, but we're going to have a great event. And you did a fantastic job. Thank you very much. Peter, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. There's a report in the New York Post that this assailant assembled his weapon somewhere on site at the hotel. What do you think about that? And I ask respectfully, why do you think this keeps happening to you?
Well, you know, I've studied assassinations, and I must tell you, the most impactful people, the people that do the most, you take a look at the people, Abraham Lincoln, I mean, you go through the people that have gone through this where they got them. But the people that do the most, the people that make the biggest impact, they're the ones that they go after. They don't go after the ones that don't do much because they like it that way. And when you look at the people that have either, whether it was an attempt or a successful attempt, they're very impactful people. Just take a look at the names here, the big names. And I hate to say I'm honored by that, but I've done a lot. We've done a lot. We've taken this country and.
Let's be real clear. The big names that you speak of, you are not a part of. You are a part of tearing down things that these great people have risked their lives to ensure the betterment of our country. And you have come in with your racist and your racism and your racist regime and torn down the progress that these people expound. Now, he talked about he has studied assassination, but the only person who has created great things that he can speak of, he said the only name he called was Abraham Lincoln. Dr. King, Malcolm X, none of these people came into his purview of people who were assassinated and did great things. No. He couldn't think of any other names of people who were assassinated. Because if he had brought up these names, and he would not be able to tell you one great thing they had done, because he thinks of the greatness and the things that had them on a sniper's scope were not great things. Thus, he is reversing these things. Not one time did he mention Marcus Garvey, who was shot down trying to get people registered to vote. do you think that he think that it was a great thing that Marcus Garvey was circumventing the Jim Crow laws that in Mississippi that had a lot of black people not voting, not registering to vote, not understanding their rights to vote and be protected in their vote? So let's keep it a buck.
We were a laughing stock for years, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We've changed this country, and there are a lot of people that are not happy about that. So I think that's the answer, Peter.
And after Butler, your team for a while rethought outdoor events.
Yeah.
Do you think that you now need to rethink
No.
indoor?
Well, but then you just don't do events. No, I can't do that. I have to. It is what it is. We have to do it. The room was very, very secure. He charged from 50 yards away, so he was very far away from the room.
And what do you think when you saw the video of how fast he was running?
He was moving. He was really moving. And the reaction time was great. Boy, those guys, they had their guns drawn literally by the time he was there. They were shooting. That's right. I thought they were very impressive. And if I didn't, I'd let you know. I'm not going to be, I would not stand for that. No, I thought they were very impressive.
Thank you, President Trump, and thank you for updating us on the suspect earlier. Were you aware of any threats? Was your team aware of any threats beforehand? And do you believe you were the target of this tonight?
I guess. I mean, these people, they're crazy. They're crazy. And, you never know. He was very far away from me. He had to go through a lot. We had resources all over. We had resources sitting at tables, literally in disguise, sitting maybe at your table, who knows? But we had people all over the disguise, resources all over. We had resources sitting at tables, literally in disguise, sitting maybe at your table.
We had resources sitting at tables. Look at the licking of Todd Blanche. He's no longer sticking that chin out. Now he's licking his lip. Look at Kash Patel trying to look over at Todd Blanche like, oh my God, you hear what this stupid motherfucker is telling them? Let's hear that again.
Beforehand, and do you believe you were the target of this tonight?
I guess. I mean, these people, they're crazy. They're crazy. And, you never know. He was very far away from me. He had to go through a lot. We had resources all over. We had resources sitting at tables, literally in disguise, sitting maybe at your table, who knows? But we had people all over the room, so he had a long way to go. That was really a first line of defense, and they got him. And they really, they acted incredibly. No, we have no.
Okay, the link is in my description box. I just wanted you, I was trying to get to that foolishness of him saying that we had people all over. We had people maybe even sitting at your table. This link is in my description box as well. It is under the real story where I am giving you the real story that went on. Now, I may have to cut this out of my video because sometimes they make me cut these out of my videos. So I'm telling you ahead of time. The link will also be in my description box for the main video that this is played on. So gather around, people. Let's get into where is it? Let me find it. Is it this?
He appears to reference a
No, it is not that. Oh my God. Oh my God. Let me share this with you. Let me share this last video with you. Oh, and a Trump event could not and would not be a Trump event if we didn't have all of this pomp and circumstance right here. How could I leave you without this foolish attention wanting ass bitch? We could never leave without this attention-seeking whore.
I just want to go find.
I just want to go.
We heard.
I just want to go home. Well, why are you there if you just want to go home in tears? Why are you there in tears, Erica Kirk, if you just want to go home? I thought that you were a trad wife, a good mother. I believe that mothers should be at home with their children and shouldn't be working. And you're at every fucking thing, every event that Trump throws. Sitting up here with this 1970s hairstyle, thinking you are turning it. What is that? What look is that supposed to be? I just want to go home. I'm pretty sure your children don't even recognize you as their mother. They probably calling your nanny mom.
I just want to go find.
What is this mermaid hair looking motherfucker? What the fuck is this mermaid hair looking motherfucker up here doing? I don't know. But before we leave, I'm just going to remove that, and I will leave you. The Prime Minister jilted President Trump, and he enjoy this clip. Let's go. Let me share this with you. Stop sharing. Let me share this with you. Just in case you haven't seen it, enjoy. It may be taken out of my video.
Yeah. White House Correspondents' dinner. Lights, cameras, then chaos. Trump on stage. Let's go. Let's go.
I just want to go find.
Boy with a grin so shady pulls up the heat. Now it's getting crazy. Secret Service screaming shots fired. Tables flip, people dive for cover. Bullets flying like confetti in the air. Trump's face turned white, eyes wide with fear. He ran like hell off that stage. Secret Service grab him, turn the page. Legs in the air, tie high, flying wild. Big bad Trump looking like a scared child. Ran like hell. Go, bro. No one hurt but his giant ego. Shots at the dinner, now the whole world knows. Lego style panic bodies on the floor. Wine glasses breaking, screams and more. One agent hit but vested, nah. Gunman tackle, goodbye, call ha. Trump in the SUV, hero messed up. Looking back, wait, is this real? What the next day at the White House, suit back on tight. I love the Secret Service to the best, alright. Lone wolf, that's what he said. While his legs were kicking like he's scared of the dead. Crowd outside laughing, phones up high. Trump ran faster than his own lies. He ran like hell off that stage. Secret Service hero saving the day. From the podium king to a scared little man. Orange man running as fast as he can. Ran like hell. Legendary fail. Dinner of the year, this one made the trail. Ego shot worse than any bullet could. Trump got served. and it wasn't food. Yeah, White House Correspondents dinner. Lights, cameras, then chaos. Trump on stage. Let's go. Fancy ballroom, Hilton lights glowing. Trump in his suit, orange hair showing. Millennium beside him, Vance looking bored. Crowd full of haters clapping real low. Speech going smooth, he go on inflate till the shadow moves near the metal gate. Backpack boy with the grin so shady pulls out the heat. Now it's getting crazy. Secret Service screaming, shots fired. Tables flip, people dive for cover. Bullets flying like confetti in the air. Trump's face turned white, eyes wide with fear. He ran like hell off that stage. Secret Service grab him, turn the page. Legs in the air, high, flying wild. Big bad Trump looking like a scared child. Ran like hell, what a show. From the big tough guy.
All right, guys. That's all I have for you. Hit the like button on your way out. If you learned something new today, you can become a member. You can cash at me. I forgot to put my goals up, but the reason I come live is my goal is to. Oh, wait a minute. My goals are to give you some information that you may not be familiar with. So before I go, let me share this with you before I go. Let me see. I think I may have shared this with you. I want to be sure that, yes, I shared this with you. Okay. So have a great remainder of your day. And God bless you. I will not see you tomorrow because I have things that I have to do on tomorrow. Let me see. Now, go over to Reese Waters. He has a show that says, not even MAGA is buying the White House Correspondents dinner lies. So let me send you over to Reese Waters. Let me send you over there. So you can check out Reese Waters. He does great commentary. Let me make sure I'm not sharing. Okay, yes. Let me send you over to Reese Waters and check out his commentary on even MAGA is not believing what is going on, what is being presented to you. Let me drop that link in the chat. Here you go. Hope you guys have a great remainder of your day, and I'll see you here live on Wednesday. So go over there and check out Reese Waters. Here you go. Have a good day. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Thanks for becoming a subscriber to the channel. I appreciate all of my new subscribers. Go over there and check out Reese. Tell him that RonyiQ sent you if you go over there. I hope you have a great remainder of your day. I'll see you guys here on Wednesday. Bye-bye.